The Heidi Bucher Online Symposium will be held in English and German with English subtitles. We, Haus der Kunst, would like to apologize for not including descriptions of the speakers and their visual backgrounds, as well as the images and films shown during the symposium. Please do not hesitate to give us feedback as we work to improve the accessible and inclusive nature of our content.
Welcome the viewers, participants, and our cooperation partner, the Estate of Heidi Bucher, to this full day of online symposium, an event that accompanies the retrospective Heidi Bucher Metamorphosen, open at the Haus der Kunst until the 13th of February, and then traveling to Kunstmuseum Bern and Museum Schulz in Switzerland. The exhibition is created by Jana Baumann with the support of Louisa Seip. Both the exhibition and the symposium aim at championing the groundbreaking work and body of work of the radical artist Heidi Bucher, and also to reposition or to reinterrogate the thread that Heidi Bucher opened and had throughout the 70s and the 90s in the 20th century. Heidi Bucher had a very special and unique position. She somehow shifted the history of sculpture, worked with very specific material, with latex and architectural skinnings, and put them in dialogue with a never before practice of film and moving images. At Haus der Kunst, we began a very specific path dedicated to game-changing artists. Artists that are often overlooked was a position, re-questions completely the contribution women artists gave to the history of the late avant-gardes at the end of the 20th century. Through, in particular, gender politics, performative, filming, anti-media practices. This is also how the exhibition at Haus der Kunst was conceived by the curatorial team, by putting in dialogue a unique body of work of sculpture, a very specific body of work of sculpture, and a never seen before body of filmic material. In this way, thanks to the curatorial work of the team of the Haus der Kunst, the institution also welcomes a practice that morphs specifically into the historical charge walls of the building and provides fundamental new layers. Symposia at Haus der Kunst are intended as media to transmit and to hand over new form of knowledge to a new generation of scholars, but also to younger generation of audiences that are curious about direction that are overlooked as the one that characterize Heidi Bucher. Last but not least, thanks all the participants of the symposium, then Jan Altever, Anne-Marie Bonnet, Kathleen Bühler, Cecilia Fajardo-Hill, Anna Janeski, Quinn Latimer, Chus Martinez, Jenny Slenska, and Jenny Sorkin. Thank you to the musician Nick Batch, to the Haus der Kunst staff, Saskia Müller-Bastian, Tina Anju, Andrea Saul, the curators, Jana Baumann and Louisa Seip, Perchen Schwefel, in particular Dirk Frey, Mayo and Indigo Bucher, who supported the exhibition and the symposium, and to whom I'm very, very happy to hand over now the stage. Thank you and welcome to the symposium.
Yes, thank you so much for your kind words, Andrea Lissoni. We are deeply honored that this exhibition happened, and we are very happy today to be here to have this digital symposium. My name is Indigo Bucher. I'm currently in Lanzarote, and my better counterpart, Mayo.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Mayo Bucher. Together with Indigo, we run the estate since the passing away of her mother, which is already 30 years, almost 29 years ago. We run this, and it's a deep honor, and we're very grateful that we could make this exhibition with the Haus der Kunst. Ich werde jetzt in Deutsch fortfahren, weil Deutsch, das war auch die Muttersprache von der Heidi. Wir kommen ja aus der Schweiz ursprünglich. Und auch wenn sich Heidi und wir uns zwischen den Welten bewegen, ist die Verortung an einem Ort war ihr in ihrem Werk auch etwas ganz Wichtiges. In dem Sinn, also ich bin jetzt in Zürich für alle Zuschauer, möchte ich mich zuallererst aber herzlich bedanken, auch im Namen von meinem Bruder Indigo, an Jana Baumann auch und an Luise Seib, die als Kuratoren und als Co-Kuratoren eine großartige Ausstellung gemacht haben. Das Haus der Kunst, wie ich es kennengelernt habe, ist wirklich der ideale, weil auch problematische Ausgangspunkt für dieses Werk. Ich finde es großartig, dass mit Heidi eine Künstlerin so eine kraftvolle Botschaft in diesem Gebäude realisieren konnte, zwischen Geschichte, Architektur und Gegenwart, das auch wirklich in die Zukunft weist. Und bin aber auch glücklich, dass die Ausstellung mit unseren Partnern dann weiterreist ins Kunstmuseum Bern und ins Museum Souche ins Engadin. Also ich möchte vielleicht dem Indigo wieder das Wort geben, weil wir sind ja da auch, das soll ja ein bisschen interaktiv sein, dieses Symposium, und nicht nur Monologe darstellen. Indigo?
Yes, thank you, my dear brother. Well, first of all, I would like to say it's been an absolutely fantastic collaboration with you to do this project from different point of geographical places, but also it's been a great teamwork with the Haus der Kunst. It's been an amazing experience. I've learned a lot about the art world, learned a lot about our mother, and we found so many new information, and there's so much more to find. This on the one hand side. I would also like to thank you, Luisa Seib and Jana Baumann, especially Jana for her great curatorial work. And Andrea Lissoni, thank you again from the bottom of my heart for your wonderful words you have spoken over and over, especially in regards to Heidi's place in the art world. You called her a game changer, and she is a game changer. And I see this happening in the present and in the future. So thank you very much for your engagement and also your help to make this exhibition even greater than it was initially planned. Also, I'd like to thank the Geschäftsführer, Mr. Wolfgang Orthmeyer, which also is a great fan of Heidi and helped to organize this exhibition. And with although thank you now, Mayo, maybe you would like to add something more from a different perspective?
There is one person which I would like to thank, particularly, that is you, my dear brother, that we made this together, that we are having this journey together. It is a great honor, it's a great work, it's a great burden also to have such a legacy of such a great and important artist like our mother was. We must not forget, our father was an artist too, and by the way, I'm an artist too. So this is a really, it's about life and art. And thank you, Indigo, that we can do this together. And thank everybody who is joining the symposium to write their own story and to find out things and to participate in an ongoing, very deep conversation.
Wonderful words, Mayo. Thank you so much. I'm very touched. By the way, just coming in my mind, your daughter, Leticia Bucher, she was also a great help in the whole organization of this exhibition. Now, I would just like to say thank you for all the participants which have made this possible, the symposium, both physically, digitally, and everybody who's going to watch this online. And maybe one day it will be streamed in the Haus der Kunst in a big screen, and you can make a wonderful evening and invite all these people which we cannot invite in these COVID times. So I wish you wonderful, enjoy the symposium. I wish you good luck. And thank you very much for having had us.
Welcome to our streaming symposium on the artistic work of Heidi Bucher. My name is Jana Baumann. I'm Senior Curator at Haus der Kunst and responsible for the major exhibition Heidi Bucher Metamorphosis. In conjunction with the retrospective, Haus der Kunst and the estate of Heidi Bucher are dedicating a full-day digital symposium to her. This includes an interview with the artist's son, Mario and Indigo Bucher, who run the estate of Heidi Bucher, without whose involvement, together with Letizia Bucher, the exhibition in its current form would not have been possible. They have generously and trustingly granted us access to the artist's archive. During the several years of preparations for the exhibition, we were able to make many discoveries that led into a new understanding of the work, which will be presented and discussed in a joint conversation. This will be followed by a screening of film material, some of which has never been shown before, showing Heidi Bucher at work. It was rediscovered during the museum's research work and restored. Today it will be digitally accessible to you for the first time in this form. So furthermore, the key concerns and approaches of Heidi Bucher will be explored in 3 panel discussions with international scholars and curators. Finally, the Swiss musician Nick Bertsch will play a new composition on the piano, which was developed for the Body Shells and a new television documentary by Claudia Müller, filmed during the preparations for the exhibition on the life's work of Heidi Bucher. Since their first latex works from the 1970s, Bucher's preoccupation with the human body and psyche manifests itself in the context of both private and public living spaces, of social as well as gender norms and conditioning. She first began the physically strenuous latex skinnings, that is to say, the application and tearing of latex on surfaces at architectural sites, connected to her own biography, and later devoted herself to historically charged public buildings. In doing so, Bucher transferred mental processes to material. Her interweaving of different media results in a play with presence and absence of the body as the medium and center of material and sculptural transformation. She understood skin as an interface to the world, as a sensory storehouse of memory. She used the material latex to turn away from the objectified image and towards the metaphorical image. Bucher's oeuvre bears witness to the artistic discovery and emancipation of sensual, sensitive body in the 20th century, a processual understanding of the work and a radical understanding of the material served her in this. The Heidi Bucher Symposium is dedicated to her multimedia procedures as well as to emancipatory themes. It aims to make an essential contribution to exploration of her artistic concerns. It will focus on Heidi Bucher's role in the transformation of post-war society as a key, mostly overlooked representative of international neo-avant-gardes, as well as on her significance with regard to contemporary body politics. In photographs and filmic recordings of her historical skinnings and the gentleman's studies of her parental home in 1978, the abundance of material in the latex imprints pulled off the walls envelops Bucher like the wings of a dragonfly, as if she were rising above her own past. In her manifesto Paquet Dragonfly, she described her artistic work as a process of metamorphosis. It is very much akin the striping away of social conditioning and the softening and mobilization of objects. With more than 150 works, the retrospective at Haus der Kunst presents all of Heidi Bucher's central groups of works to the public for the first time. From her beginnings as a student with Johannes Itten in Zurich in the 1940s, the experimental phase in New York and Los Angeles in the early 1970s, and the textile, at times feminist-oriented material collage to the main body of works with the architectural and body skinnings, as well as the works created on the island of Lanzarote in the last years of her life. Heidi Bucher's first own group of works after several years of collaboration with her husband Karl Bucher, influenced by the pop art and futurism of the time, the Body Shells, was created in Los Angeles in 1972 and exhibited at the Los Angeles County Museum of Art at the same year. So these wearable and danceable body shells are reminiscent of natural forms and sea creature-like shells. The Bauhaus-inspired merging of various disciplines such as sculpture, architecture, design, and dance, and is unmistakable. She created symbols for the interplay of veiling and unveiling, celebrating a form of mutability. Her main body of work began in 1973, when Bucher was approaching 50. This was after her return from the United States and her separation from Karl Bucher. She first turned to objects and places from her own family history, such as her parental home and her grandparents' residence, the ancestral home in Winterthur, by means of floor skinnings, reminiscent of oversized membranes between 1980 and 82, like the ones you can see behind me. With these, she thematized hierarchical relationships manifested in the social division of spaces. Parallel to this, Bucher created material collage from found family textiles, such as underwear, children's and women's clothes, which thematize physical heteronomy and female lifestyles shaped by repression. Heidi Bucher's time abroad in North America for several years undoubtedly led to a personal and artistic emancipation. She must have been inspired and politicized by her participation in Women House exhibition in Los Angeles in 1973. Her friendship with the political artist Ed Kienholz and her in-depth engagement with the work of Eva Hesse already during her first stay in New York between 1956 and 58, she became friends with the photographer Hans Namuth, through whose photographs she became aware of the dynamic work processes of Jackson Pollock. Interestingly, we now know again that Bucher recorded all her skinning actions in films as well as photographs. So the video material recently rediscovered during the preparations for the exhibition shows Bucher performing the latex skinnings in performative gestures and movements that seem to merge with the surrounding space. She achieved a physical integrity using her own body, attaining autonomy in the space of her former inability to act. So with latex skinnings, her interest shifted to the interplay between the identity-forming function of architecture and the human body. In the 1980s, she turned to various social institutions. Thus, with the skinning of the entrance portal of the abandoned Grand Hotel Brissago in 1988 on Lake Lago Maggiore, she once again dedicated herself to a place where an exercise of power over people characterized by brutality had taken place. Because the former place of recreation and refuge for intellectuals became a state-organized internment home for Jewish children and women when the National Socialists seized power. Bucher confronted the space collectively occupied by guilt and shame. With her artistic gesture, she made a contribution to overcoming post-war silence by means of remembering through action. That same year, in 1988, Heidi Bucher visited an abandoned private psychiatric clinic, the Bellevue Sanatorium on Lake Constance. An investigation into medical experiments once conducted there to gain control over the minds and bodies of others was the focus of interest. So the latex skinnings of the paleo office of Dr. Binswanger has an intimidating aura, considering the pathologization which the purported hysteria patient Anna O., the later women's rights activist Bertha Pappenheim, was subjected to there. Binswanger treated her in close exchange with his colleague Sigmund Freud. With these radical transformations of body and space, new possible models of society open up in Bucher's work. We now look very much forward to the first panel discussion with the title Emancipatory Work Processes, Heidi Bucher and the Neo-Avant-Gardes. The participants are Jenny Sorkin, Associate Professor of the History of Art and Architecture at the University of California in Santa Barbara. Ian Altevier, the Aaron Fleischman Curator of Modern and Contemporary Art at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, New York. Anne-Marie Bonnet, Professor of Art History at the University of Bonn, who will moderate the panel discussion, and Kathleen Bühler, Chief Curator for Contemporary Art at the Kunstmuseum Bern. So they will discuss how the overlapping of one's own space and external space leads to spatial conflicts. So how has influenced education or her various stays abroad, especially the several years she spent in Los Angeles, lead to the processual and emancipatory strategies of her main work. The second panel discussion is titled Filmic and Performative Practices as a Dissolution of the Boundaries Between Media, Bucher's Body and Space Sculptures. The participants are Anna Janewski, Curator in the Department of Media and Performance Art at the Museum of Modern Art, New York. Andrea Lissoni, Artistic Director of Haus der Kunst, who will moderate the discussion. And Cecilia Fajardo Hill, art historian and curator for contemporary art from Latin America. So they will discuss the relationship between Bucher's skinning actions and their filmic recordings. The focus will be on her performative qualities, which have once again become tangible through the film material and work instructions that have recently resurfaced in archives. So the third panel discussion is titled Essential Concepts of the Body and New Forms of Life, the Skin as an Interface to the World. So the participants are Jenny Schlenska, Director of Performance Space New York, Chus Martinez, art historian, professor and head of the Institute Art, Gender, Nature and at the Academy of Art and Design in Basel, who will moderate the discussion, and Quinn Latimer, art historian, poet and author. So with her skin-like installations, Bucher allowed the interdependencies of communities and the painful perception of self as distinct from collectives to emerge. So to what extent did Bucher oppose notions of natural conditions as a legitimation for social realities? Did she unmask and overcome the body as a projection surface of social heteronomy? And if so, what new possible forms of coexistence does her art propagate? So following the three panel discussions, Luisa Seib, curatorial assistant, will give some background information on the newly reconstructed group of the body shells, which will be accompanied by music by Nick Berge. I wish you all an exciting day. Thank you for your interest. I'm also sincerely grateful to all participants as well as to all those involved in the project. My greatest thanks goes to the estate of Heidi Bucher and the curatorial assistant Luisa Seib. The items on today's agenda will be made available on YouTube in the coming days and will remain accessible. So enjoy your day with Heidi Bucher and her work. Thank you. Lieber Indigo, lieber Mario, es ist schön, hier heute mit euch in der Ausstellung, der retrospektiven Ausstellung des Lebenswerks eurer Mutter Heidi Bucher, Metamorphosen, zu sein und ein wenig über eure Arbeit zu sprechen und unsere gemeinsame in den letzten vergangenen 3 Jahren. Und wir würden gerne auch die Zuschauer etwas teilhaben lassen am Entstehungsprozess dieser Ausstellung und auch auf ihrer finalen Gestalt, die sie gewonnen hat. Eine zentrale Voraussetzung für die Arbeit an dem Werk eurer Mutter war einerseits der Nachlass, an dem sich eben auch noch viele Werke eurer Mutter befinden, aber auch das Archiv Heidi Bucher. Beides verwaltet ihr sehr verantwortungsvoll seit über 2 Jahrzehnten. Vielleicht könnt ihr etwas sagen, wie dieses Archiv zum Existieren kam.
Liebe Jana, wir freuen uns sehr, hier zu sein. Als allererstes, es ist ein ganz großer Moment für uns. Und zu deiner Frage, wie das Archiv zustande kam. Die Heidi war sich dessen bewusst um die Bedeutung ihrer Arbeit. Sie hat sich diese große Arbeit, die vielleicht zu wenig gesehen wurde zu Lebzeiten, hat sie schon in die Zukunft gedacht und hat dann eigentlich in den letzten 5 Jahren ihres Lebens begonnen, systematisch alle Werke zu dokumentieren. Es gibt 40 Bundesordner, wo alle Fotos und auch Schriften und noch alles mehr ganz präzise abgelegt sind. Sie hat das nicht alleine gemacht, sie hatte ganz tolle Mitarbeiter, Mitstreiter, unter anderem heute bekannte Künstler und Persönlichkeiten wie Beatrix Ruff oder auch Ursula Biemann, die ich hier beide erwähnen möchte. Ja, das ist eigentlich, und es ist eine andauernde Aufgabe für uns und für den Estate und für die Nachwelt, jetzt mit diesem großen Œuvre und auch mit der Dokumentation zu arbeiten.
Genau, ja, vielen Dank für die Einladung und diese tolle Ausstellung, die du organisiert hast. Was ich vielleicht zum Archiv dazu sagen möchte, ist, dass deine Tochter Letizia, die hilft ja auch, das alles zu digitalisieren, was sehr wichtig ist, was auch wichtig war für diese Ausstellung und auch für die Zukunft. Und das ist ein wichtiger Teil der Zukunft und des Archives in generell. Ja.
Indigo, kannst du vielleicht etwas skizzieren, inwiefern sich die Arbeit für euch in den letzten 2 Jahrzehnten verändert hat mit dem Archiv und dem Nachlass?
Wie meinst du verändert?
Haben sich eure Strukturen verändert? Sind die Anfragen anders, die euch erreichen? Könnt ihr eine andere Wahrnehmung des Werks eurer Mutter auch feststellen über die Arbeit, die ihr leisten müsst? Also wir haben sehr, sehr viel gemeinsam an der Ausstellung gearbeitet. Es ist viel Energie hineingeflossen. Es ist sicherlich ein anderer Umgang mit dem Nachlass und dem Archiv als zum Beispiel vor 2 Jahrzehnten für euch?
Weiß nicht mehr.
Ja, also das ist eine eminent zentrale Frage im Sinne von, Heidi ist vor 28, 29 Jahren verstorben und tatsächlich hat es dann 10 Jahre gebraucht, bis wir 2 imstande waren, überhaupt diesen Kraftakt zu leisten. Weil es ist das Werk von Heidi, das ist nicht es ist insofern auch außergewöhnlich, weil es über Generationen hinweg geht. Und wir sind eigentlich im Moment das letzte Glied, aber Indigo, du hast es schon schön erwähnt, es geht auch weiter.
Ja, ich meine, die ganze Geschichte ist mega interessant und stark. Das Archiv, das ist nur ein kleiner Teil von dieser Geschichte und das Archiv ist wie ein Backbone vom Werk, das wir immer mehr gebrauchen. Dadurch, dass wir immer mehr Nachfragen bekommen, wird es immer wichtiger. Und da kann man wieder sagen, zurückführend, dass sie das wirklich sehr gut gemacht hat und wir vor allem jetzt in der letzten Zeit das Archiv, diese Dokumentation sehr gebrauchen. Und die hat uns wirklich sehr geholfen. Ja, und das ist toll, dass sie das gemacht hat. Und ja.
Also man muss auch dazu fügen, einerseits ist es wirklich viel Arbeit, aber es ist auch viel Freude. Also es ist auch so, wir sind wahrscheinlich, haben das Privileg, ihre Söhne zu sein, aber auch große Fans von dieser Arbeit. Und es ist wirklich toll, immer zu sehen, was unsere Mutter da geleistet hat. Und auch jetzt aus der zeitlichen Perspektive und eben auch im Rahmen von einer solchen Ausstellung mit staunenden Augen dazustehen und das dann überprüfen zu können, eben mit dem Archiv, das noch und auch noch zusätzliche Dokumente, ihr zeichnerisches Werk, ihre brieflichen Schriften, überhaupt die Sprache war für sie auch sehr wichtig. Also die Heidi steckt noch voller Überraschung und es hat jetzt schon ein paar Doktorarbeiten darauf gegeben, aber ich glaube, es werden noch viele in der Zukunft mit großen Themen können sich da richtig tief reinarbeiten.
Ja, Indigo, du hast gerade so trefflich formuliert, das Archiv ist vielleicht das Rückgrat des Werks deiner Mutter. Also ich selber durfte ja in den Genuss kommen, dass ihr sehr, sehr großzügig auch wart und uns Zugang gewährt habt zu allen Materialien. Das heißt also, wir haben natürlich sehr viel Fotomaterial gefunden, was einerseits dokumentarisch ist, andererseits konnten wir eben über dieses Fotomaterial auch die Provenienz vieler Werke nochmal befragen und überhaupt als viele auch vergessene Werke durch euch wieder lokalisieren. Es war ein enormer Fundus an Filmmaterial, dem wir durch euch begegnen durften. Alte VHS-Kassetten, es war sicherlich auch ein sehr spannendes gemeinsames Projekt, diese zu restaurieren und teilweise durch das Material überhaupt erst auch bestimmte Komponenten, die ganz zentral sind für das künstlerische Arbeiten eurer Mutter, zutage getreten sind. Also inwiefern sie überhaupt performativ gearbeitet hat und dass es ihr ein ganz großes Anliegen war, das auch immer festzuhalten und das ja auch eigentlich im Rückblick durchs Material systematisch gemacht hat für fast jede ihrer Häutungen. Darüber hinaus konnten wir feststellen durch Werkinstruktionen, die wir gefunden haben, wie partizipativ das Werk gedacht ist, wie sehr wichtig ihr die Teilhabe war und die Begegnung mit anderen Menschen bei diesen Aktionen. Briefe, die wir finden durften oder Briefverkehr, wo sich herausstellte, enge Freundschaften, über die ihr natürlich schon auch lange in Kenntnis seid, wie mit Ed Kienholz, Maria Lasnik, Anna Oppermann. Also all diese wichtigen Begegnungen oder auch Hans Namuth während ihrer frühen Zeit in New York, als sie dort war. Hat sich euer Blick nochmal auf das Werk und den Umgang mit diesen Materialien, Erkenntnissen, Fundus im Rahmen der Ausstellung auch nochmal verändert auf die Arbeit eurer Mutter?
Auf jeden Fall. Und das persönliche Archiv ist auf Lanzarote und ich habe dadurch, auch dank deiner Nachfrage, alle Briefe sortiert nach Jahren und nach Personen, nach Liebhaber auch, und habe sehr viel gelernt über sie, und trotzdem gibt es noch so viel zu lernen, zu erfahren, Zusammenhänge zu sehen. Also von dort her, Lanzarote, das ist nicht ein Archiv, das sie gemacht hat, wie das Archiv, das Fotoarchiv. Sondern Lanzarote, das ist ein Archiv, das ich zusammengestellt habe. Und das persönliche Archiv, das ist noch was ganz Neues, Tieferes, das man noch viel mehr entdecken kann. Und wie Mayo richtig gesagt hat, es sind schon jetzt viele Doktorarbeiten geschrieben worden. Ich kann mir vorstellen, dass auch noch viele Bücher über sie geschrieben werden. Und natürlich, dann ist das persönliche Archiv sehr wichtig in dem Sinne. Ja.
Etwas vom Zentralsten finde ich, also puncto Wahrnehmung, eine Künstlerin, die das vor 40 Jahren, sagen wir, ihr Hauptwerk oder 50 Jahre gemacht hat, kommt jetzt an und in die breite Öffentlichkeit. Und ich glaube, für uns beide ist das natürlich auch eine gewisse, es steckt enorm viel Arbeit dahinter, aber es ist auch eine Genugtuung zu sehen, ja, wir haben so lange das mitgetragen und es ist irgendwie, jetzt kommt es an, es kommt in einem tollen Haus an, du hast das auch zum neuen Leben miterweckt auf dieser Ebene. Wir haben jetzt das Glück, dass da jetzt viele tolle Mitstreiter sind und die das überhaupt begreifen, was unsere Mutter damals gemacht hat. Und ich glaube, das Verständnis dafür, also das ist nicht für uns, wir haben natürlich einen Vorsprung, oder? Wir sind mit dem aufgewachsen. Und selbst wir mit diesem Vorsprung sehen ihre Arbeit nochmals anders. Und ich kann mir vorstellen, für die Kunstwelt, nicht und darüber hinaus, zeigt sich, wie bedeutsam diese Leistung war, die sie gemacht hat.
Wir haben jetzt also aus dem heutigen Blick auf das Werk über Heidi Bucher gesprochen. Ihr hattet ja aber auch natürlich eine sehr unmittelbare Zeit mit ihr, einerseits als Mutter, Mensch und auch Künstlerin. Dieser Dreiklang, wie habt ihr den in eurer Jugend wahrgenommen? Also wir haben hier einen Auftakt in der Ausstellung im ersten Raum mit einem Video, Body Shells. Das sind Körperskulpturen, die eure Mutter erstellt hat während der Zeit in Kalifornien, Anfang der 70er Jahre, wo ihr gemeinsam als Familie wart mit eurem Vater Karl. Zuvor seid ihr gemeinsam für ein Residency-Programm auch in Kanada gewesen. Von meiner Seite war es interessant zu sehen, dass es anscheinend die erste große Werkgruppe von Heidi ist, die auch nach der Zusammenarbeit mit Karl entstanden ist, von ihr alleine. Ihr aktiviert die gemeinschaftlich am Strand, sehr, sehr spielerisch. Das schaut unheimlich poetisch und schön aus. Wie habt ihr die Zeit wahrgenommen als Kinder mit euren Eltern, in diesem Lebensentwurf der Eltern als Künstler?
Also es gibt verschiedene Zeitetappen und verschiedene große Erlebnisse in verschiedenen Zeitetappen. Kalifornien, am Strand diese Body Shells. Dazu mal haben wir in Los Angeles, in Hollywood gelebt, im Haus der später Nancy Kirnholz.
Nein, seine erste Frau.
Seine erste Frau später gelebt hat. Also dort mag ich mich erinnern, das war, wie du richtig gesagt hast, ein sehr spielerisches Erlebnis. Ich mochte mich erinnern, wir haben unsere Eltern fast nie gesehen. Die waren oben im Estrich und haben Schaumstoff geschnitten und dann irgendwie angemalt. Und dann kamen diese Formen nach außen, in den Garten, und dann durften wir damit spielen, oder wir haben damit gespielt. Und wir haben sie gesehen, sie haben für uns gekocht und so weiter, aber sie waren also wirklich voll auf ihre Kunst konzentriert, und wir haben uns selber geschaut, so ziemlich. Zwischen Eidechsen suchen und da bei den anderen Hollywoodianern sind wir zu Besuch gewesen. Ja, aber es war eine sehr schöne Zeit da in Hollywood. Aber wie gesagt, das war nur eine Zeit.
Aber Inigo, ich möchte noch ergänzen, es war sehr prägend, auch für uns beide. Nachher, als wir also vielleicht noch ganz kurz die Klammer, diese Werke, die Body Shells, es gab eine große Doppelausstellung von Karl Lander, Karl Bucher, unser Vater, und Heidi Bucher im LACMA. Und diese großartigen Skulpturen sind die Originale, es gibt nur noch kleinere Etüden davon, werden jetzt hier im Haus der Kunst kommen wieder erneut zum Leben, wo wir auch den Freunden der Haus der Kunst zu großem Dank verpflichtet sind, weil wir das irgendwie zusammen auf die Beine stellen. Und für uns ist das auch eine Renaissance von einem Lebensgefühl, nicht nur der Californian Way, sondern es ist irgendwie so ein durchwegs, wie soll ich sagen, organischer Optimismus. Das sind wie die Wesen, die aus dem Wasser kommen, die Walfische, die gehen die gehen an Land, werden Säugetiere und gehen wieder ins Wasser zurück. Und wir sind Teil dieser Metamorphose. Das war eigentlich die erste große Metamorphose. Und auch das Thema mit der Muschel, und da kommen schon so viele Elemente rein. Oder auch das Thema mit dem Mother of Pearl, das hat sie eigentlich dort entdeckt. Also richtig entdeckt. Es gibt ja schon aus den 50er Jahren Muschelobjekte, aber großflächig, wie sie es da angewandt hat, das war Kalifornien, das war das Licht, das war der Ozean, das war dieser Optimismus.
Wir haben beispielsweise eine Reihe an männlichen Aktzeichnungen hier mit in die Ausstellung aufgenommen. Die sind erstmals überhaupt ausgestellt. Diese männlichen Aktzeichnungen sind Liebhaber eurer Mutter in ihren Mit-20ern. Das ist eigentlich was sehr Privates und Intimes. Wir haben aber entschlossen, sie mit aufzunehmen in die Ausstellung, weil es eben auch eine ganz wichtige Aussage von ihr ist zum Thema Geschlechterrollen. Und man kennt vielfach eben die Frau als Muse und voyeuristisches Objekt in der Kunstgeschichte der männlichen Begierde, aber Heidi Bucher unternimmt ja hier eine Umkehrung dessen, der Verhältnisse. Was würdet ihr sagen, wie war Ihr Selbstverständnis? Könnt ihr etwas mehr sagen über Ihre Biografie? Und sie ist in autoritären Strukturen aufgewachsen, zugleich hat sie sich aber auch immer sehr freie Lebensentwürfe gesucht. Von Beginn an als junges Mädchen, ob als Au-pair, später dann die Aufenthalte, beispielsweise in New York in den 30ern, wo sie in der Galerie gearbeitet hat, bevor sie euren Vater kennengelernt hat. Dann der gemeinsame Lebensentwurf mit dem Vater und auch diesen Residencies. Könnt ihr da ein bisschen was zu sagen, zu Ihrem Selbstverständnis, wie sich das ausgeprägt hat?
Also gerne, du hast vieles schon gesagt, Jana, zu Recht. Also ich kann dir von unseren persönlichen Erlebnissen vielleicht sprechen. Also mein Gefühl war immer, dass sie extrem natürlich, liberal und eins mit ihrem Körper war. Es war natürlich für uns, nackt zu Hause rumgehen. Und magst dich erinnern? Ja. Und das hat uns auch geprägt und so hat sie gelebt.
Und jetzt möchte ich gleich anknüpfen, weil diese Befreiung, dass wir als Kinder so frei uns entwickeln durften, war Resultat ihrer eigenen sehr strengen Erziehung. Also ihre Eltern, unsere Großeltern, das waren sehr rechtschaffene, gute, bürgerliche Schweizer. Der Vater Bauingenieur, die Mutter aus einer Bauernfamilie. Hart arbeitende Leute, aber mit einem doch konservativen Weltbild. Und in diesem kleinen Stadt Winterthur aufgewachsen. Und die Heidi als Einzelkind, das ist auch wichtig zu erwähnen, als Einzelkind war einerseits designierter Thronfolger für das Baugeschäft des Vaters, des großen Vaters. Und auf der anderen Seite war sie natürlich diese feine Frau, dieses Mädchen, die es irgendwie nach Abenteuer, nach Freiheit, nach Poesie dürstete. Was ganz wichtig ist, ist natürlich auch der Jahrgang, in dem sie geboren wurde, 1926. In dieser isolierten Schweiz, ringsherum wütet der Weltkrieg. Und das war eine Zeit der Beklemmnis. Und ich glaube, sowohl die Heidi wie auch unser Vater, der übrigens 9 Jahre jünger war, also das passt ganz in diese Männerakte. Toller Mann, unser Vater, aber der war wirklich 9 Jahre jünger, eigentlich ein Jurastudent, als sie sich kennengelernt haben. So ist sie aufgewachsen. Und beide wollten dann aus dem herausbrechen. Und das waren keine 68er in dem Sinn, sondern sie waren stellvertretend, sie waren auch keine Hippies, sie waren stellvertretend für etwas, das global passieren musste. Es musste etwas geschehen mit diesen Strukturen, mit diesen patriarchalen Strukturen. Und ja, und das ist jetzt auch ein Resultat davon, dass sie das uns nochmals so großartig zeigt.
Eure Mutter hat dann sehr, sehr früh in jungen Jahren auch eine Schneiderlehre absolviert, war auch dann an der Kunstgewerbeschule in Zürich, wie wir nochmal sehr eindrucksvoll an einem Zeugnis nachvollziehen konnten, bei dir auch auf Lanzarote im Archiv. Hat dort auch mit Johannes Itten beispielsweise studiert. Sie ist sehr früh dort in Berührung gekommen mit Lehren des Bauhaus beispielsweise. Es gab viele Figuren, die sie da sehr interessiert haben. Wir haben sie auf Fotografien gefunden in ihrem Arbeitszimmer von Porträt von Paul Klee. Also man hat gesehen eigentlich, wie stark sie verwurzelt und verbunden war mit der bildenden Kunst jeher. Hat auch eben diese klassische Ausbildung durchlaufen. Was würdet ihr sagen? War das in ihr jeher angelegt, dieser Wunsch, als Künstlerin zu leben und zu arbeiten?
Ja, sie wusste das schon, als sie sehr jung war, dass sie Künstlerin sein wollte. Das hatte sie ganz klar.
Es gibt sogar ein Statement irgendwo, da war sie 13, wo sie irgendwie von einer Biografie von einer Künstlerin gelesen hat. Und das hat sie enorm beeindruckt. Und ich glaube, das war für sie so ein Schlüsselmoment. Also wirklich der Kunst gleich ein befreites Leben und gleichzeitig vielleicht auch etwas Bedeutsames zu machen, auch im Austausch mit anderen. Weil ich meine, als Einzelkind wollte sie hat ja eigentlich die Kommunikation gesucht. Sie wollte sich ja nicht einschließen und etwas nur für sich machen, sondern auch ihre Arbeit sind eigentlich wie Brücken in Richtung Kommunikation, aber auch über Emotionen.
Ja. Das ist ein guter Punkt. Sie wollte immer zusammen mit uns arbeiten, zudem noch. Also auf vielen Ebenen. Sie wollte, dass wir ihre Managerin waren, wie auch ihr helfen, ihr Kunstwerk zu machen. Und das Gleiche wollte sie mit unserem Vater, was aber leider nicht ging. Aber wir haben es auch versucht, aber sie war jemand, der sehr an Zusammenarbeit glaubte.
Ja, aber und jetzt kommt das mit dem Performativen. Sie hat sehr oft und sehr gerne mit einem Team zusammengearbeitet. Ich meine, es hat auch mit den Dimensionen dann letztendlich zu tun, dass sie auch die Möglichkeiten, die Ressourcen bekommen hat, mit einem Team große Arbeiten zu bewältigen, und da ist sie total aufgegangen darin. Also das ist aber auch im Austausch, also sie war nie jemand Autoritärs, das hat sie total abgelehnt. Mhm. Sie war eigentlich durch gutes Beispiel zum Beispiel oder durch die Faszination über etwas, das sie teilen wollte, genau, dass man eigentlich alles freiwillig gemacht hat, auch wenn es manchmal ihre Idee war, aber es war dann ein kollektives Ding.
Ja, gut gesagt.
Eure Mutter hat dann diese Ausbildung durchlebt an der Kunstgewerbeschule, auch mit Johannes Itten, war sehr vertraut mit eben auch den Bauhaustheorien. Es gibt sehr, sehr schöne frühe Arbeiten von ihr, geometrische Formensprache, die dann sehr interessanterweise in Bewegung geraten, ungewöhnlich, schon fast an Vasarely erinnern mögen. Diese Seidencollagen hat sie dann so Mitte der 50er Jahre in Basel erstmalig ausgestellt. Bei einer Galerie, war also so in ihren Mitzwanzigern, kann man sagen, sehr früh eben da auch schon so ein Verständnis als Künstlerin, was sich nachvollziehen lässt, geht dann nach New York auch unter anderem, arbeitet dort in der Galerie, schließt Freundschaften, finde ich sehr interessant, beispielsweise auch mit Hans Namuth dort. Also das war ja schon ein Lebensweg, der sehr klar sich formulierte als Künstlerin, als bildende Künstlerin. Könnt ihr euch erklären, warum dieses so eminente Hauptwerk fast erst seinen Durchbruch hatte mit bald 50 Jahren im Alter, eurer Mutter?
Ja, jetzt müssen wir auf die Frauenthematik sprechen kommen. Die Strukturen, die Heidi hat wirklich, das sieht man ja jetzt, das war eine ganz talentierte junge Frau mit Möglichkeiten, ist in ihre Welt rausgegangen, hat schon relativ früh international versucht, etwas zu einem bescheidenen Maße, aber wirklich mit wichtigen Protagonisten der Zeit in Kontakt zu treten und entsprechende Arbeiten zu machen. Aber sie ist dann zurückgekommen 1960 in die Schweiz und dann sind eigentlich 10 Jahre Pause. Das ist die Babypause, 10 Jahre hat das gedauert. Da ist der Indigo 1961 auf die Welt gekommen, ich 1963 und die Heidi hat dann oft scherzhalber, aber vielleicht auch ernsthaft wirklich gesagt, wir zwei sind ihr größtes Kunstwerk. Also sie hat wirklich 10 Jahre investiert in uns, um vielleicht auch darüber hinaus aus dem Alltag an den Lebensfluss zu denken. Und dann nachher war die Beziehung mit unserem Vater und alles und zurück in der Schweiz hatte sie die Kraft gefunden und war reif genug, das zu machen, was wir heute sehen, das Hauptwerk.
Wir haben eben kurz davon gesprochen, dass es auch eine Phase der Zusammenarbeit gab zwischen eurem Vater Karl Bucher, der dann auch bildender Künstler war, und eurer Mutter. Das fing in den 60er Jahren an in der Schweiz und zog sich dann über die Zeit in Kanada und den USA fort. Wir haben da auch viel drüber gesprochen und uns Bildmaterial angesehen. Euer Vater hat damals vielfach auch ja statische Skulpturen entwickelt, kann man sagen, in der Form von Fortschrittsglauben auch, in der Form von Futurismus, der in dieser Zeit sehr, sehr präsent war. Interessanterweise hat eure Mutter das dann auch ins Textil übertragen und in Körperskulpturen, in eine Form von Bewegung, die ja auch in den Bodyshells dann bei ihr anmuten. Unheimlich spektakulär für mich, diese Schnittmenge eben auch so von Tanz, Kostüm, Architektur, was da drin steckt, mit dem sie gearbeitet hat, wo man vielleicht auch wieder Rückschlüsse auf ihre Ausbildung ziehen kann, aber sich doch schon auch so ein eigenes künstlerisches Intention drin formuliert, unabhängig vom Vater. Diese Zusammenarbeit nimmt dann ein Ende auch mit der Rückkehr in die Schweiz 73. Eure Eltern trennen sich dann auch und in dem Moment bezieht sie ein eigenes Studio, eine Metzgerei in Zürich, fängt an mit ihren Latexhäutungen, mit ihrem Latexwerk. Was ist mit Heidi Bucher da passiert in Amerika, als ihr da gewesen seid?
In Amerika, als wir zurückgekommen sind. Also die Heidi, unsere Mutter, in Amerika ist aufgegangen.
War glücklich.
War glücklich, ja. Und wir waren auch glücklich.
Das war eine
in der
tolle
Schule,
Zeit.
wir hatten,
eine tolle Zeit.
wie Sie, wir hatten auch Schwierigkeiten zurückzukommen und uns wieder in die Schweizer Gesellschaft einzuleben. Und unsere Mutter, du hast das richtig gesagt, sie haben sich getrennt. Sie ist mit uns in eine alte Metzgerei. Oben war ein Metzgerladen, unten waren die Gemächte, die Metzgerschränke. Ist mit uns dorthin gezogen und da hat sie angefangen, wirklich zu leiden. Und weil sie hat gesehen, sie ist der Zeit voraus, wirklich. Und wurde nicht akzeptiert. In dieser Zeit hat sie in diesen Kühlräume auch gelebt, auch geschlafen und die alle gehäutet. Und es war eine wahnsinnig faszinierende Zeit dazu mal für uns, für sie. Sie war auch sehr kreativ, also das ist eine der spannendsten Zeiten gewesen.
Neben diesem Einziehen in dieses eigene Studio sind es ja dann vermehrt auch Textilien, Fundstücke, also familiäre Textilien, Fundstücke, mit denen sie sich beschäftigt, die sie einbalsamiert. Sie kommt dann ganz bald auch zu dem Elternhaus, wo das Herrenzimmer ihres Vaters gehäutet wird. Es folgt das Ahnenhaus, die Obermühle der Großeltern. Also verschiedene Orte ihrer eigenen Biografie, die sie dann in den 70er Jahren aufsucht, ihre eigene Vergangenheit, die zum Thema wird, sind sind extrem stark emanzipatorische Themen, die dort auftreten. Meine Frage zielt auch dahin, durch diesen Aufenthalt in den USA, was ist da passiert? Also wir haben im Archiv beispielsweise Flyer von Woman House gefunden. Wir wissen, dass sie dort auch bei Ausstellungen partizipiert hat in der Zeit. Das heißt also, die Strömung des Feminismus ist ihr bekannt gewesen vor Ort. Sie hat eben enge Freundschaften geschlossen, wie mit einem sehr politischen Künstler, Ed Kienholz, der über den Vietnamkrieg, die Frauenbewegung oder auch Umweltthemen damals sehr viel aufgegriffen hat. Wir haben Artikel gefunden, wo es um Eva Hesse ging. Ein Eva Hesse-Artikel, den eure Mutter für eine Journalistin in Deutschland ins Deutsche übersetzt hat, zu ihrem Werk. Das heißt, sie war dem Material Latex, musste sie dort auch schon begegnet sein. Das sind ja extrem viele Inspirationen, die sie aufgegriffen hat, die sich sicherlich auch im Werk alle für uns wieder erschließen lassen. Ist es eine Form der Politisierung, die ihr irgendwie mitbekommen habt oder wo ihr was zu sagen könnt, was ihr vermutet, was da in ihr vorgegangen ist?
Also Politisierung, ich glaube, es ist mehr gesellschaftspolitisch zu verstehen und diese ganze Befreiung von der Westküste ausgehend ist dann irgendwann mal wie eine Welle auch nach Europa gekommen. Man sagt es ja oft irgendwie, dass das zuerst in Amerika und dann kommt es nach Europa und Jahre verspätet geschieht etwas hier. Was Heidi gemacht hat, ist nicht eine Kopie von einer amerikanischen Idee, sondern sie hat eigentlich etwas verstanden, was dort schon vorangegangen ist, das Emanzipatorische. Und meines Erachtens kommt in die Schweiz zurück, wo die Verhältnisse noch sehr beengt sind. Ich habe das vorher von dem Frauenstimmrecht erwähnt, war dann allerdings Mitinitiantin der lokalen Frauenbewegung im Sinne von Ermutigung der Künstlerkolleginnen. Es gibt da ganz wunderbare Zeitzeugen auch, die heute auch sehr unter anderem bekannt sind und gerne Bice Kuriger möchten wir da vielleicht nennen, die sie dazu inspiriert hat, eigentlich Ausstellungen über Frauenthemen zu machen. Interessanterweise hat sie dann an diesen Ausstellungen nicht teilgenommen, weil sie sich irgendwie nicht in eine Schublade drängen wollte, nämlich sie war ja in erster Linie keine weibliche Künstlerin, sondern sie war Künstlerin. Und da ist sie natürlich bis noch vor ein paar Jahren ging das nicht. Du musstest ja in einer Schublade sein und du konntest nicht einfach als Frau eine tolle Künstlerin sein. Das wurde gar nicht gesellschaftlich nicht akzeptiert.
Also wir haben auch mit Zeitzeugen gesprochen, beispielsweise eine sehr interessante Figur im Rahmen der Vorbereitung der Ausstellung war die erste Galeristin eurer Mutter, Elisabeth Kübler, die auch gut bekannt war mit Ed Kienholz, der eure Mutter wohl empfohlen hat, wie auch diese Ausstellung dann zustande kam, Mitte der 70er Jahre in Zürich. Interessanterweise hat Elisabeth Kübler dann auch erstmalig Louise Bourgeois ausgestellt in Europa in der Galerie. Sicherlich programmatisch kein Zufall, wenn man sich beide Künstlerinnen anschaut. Sie hat zum Beispiel gesagt, dass Heidi nie sehr ins Detail oder in Ausführungen über ihr eigenes Werk gegangen ist, dass sie auch nicht groß über den Feminismus gesprochen hat in dem Sinne. Nichtsdestotrotz ist das Werk eurer Mutter aber der Inbegriff eigentlich emanzipatorischer Themen, ja, und eines selbstbewussten Selbstverständnisses, was sich da formuliert. Ist das ein Widerspruch oder wie seht ihr das?
Also da möchte ich gerne darauf antworten, weil ich finde, was auch eine der großen Qualitäten, also gut, dass du das aufbringst, vom Werk von Heidi ist, sie ist weit darüber hinausgegangen. Sie hat sich nicht an die Konvention gehalten, ich muss jetzt einen Penis oder eine Vagina zeigen, um einen Standpunkt klar zu machen. Das ging für sie um die existenzielle Frage, wenn wir als Menschen sind. Und in dem Sinn, jetzt wird es eingeholt, jetzt sind wir auf Augenhöhe langsam. Diese Geschlechterdiskussion dauert ja weiter an, aber die Heidi hat da wirklich richtungsweisend diesen Kraftakt gemacht und ist eigentlich zu Lebzeiten ist nicht dort angekommen, wo sie eigentlich hätte verdientermaßen dürfen.
Also fragmentarische Anatomien, sind Motive, die innerhalb von 1-2 Jahren nach der Rückkehr aus den USA so punktuell bei eurer Mutter auftauchen. Danach ist das Thema der Nacktheit eigentlich nie wieder präsent, auch wenn es im Werk mitschwingt. Die Haut ist ein allbestimmendes Thema als Schnittstelle zur Welt, nimmt Empfindungen auf, dient als Erinnerungsspeicher, also eine ganz besondere Hinwendung. Du hast gerade es angesprochen, dass es sich auch gegen Geschlechterstereotype gewendet hat. Und natürlich die Haut auch ein Thema der Gleichstellung ist. Habt ihr in den letzten 10 Jahren eine unterschiedliche Lesart wahrgenommen, eurer Mutter, von Kuratoren, Künstlern? Ist da ein anderes Bewusstsein, wie man dem Werk begegnet?
Ja, definitiv. Also ich meine, diese Ausstellung hier bringt es eigentlich auf den Punkt und es wird von hier ja noch weitergehen. Das Thema der Haut, um das zurückzukommen, es ginge nicht nur um die Schnittstelle von innen und außen, sondern eigentlich um beide Seiten. Und das ist vielleicht also wir sehen das zum Beispiel an diesem Berg hier hinten, das ist wunderbar, dass das kleine Glasportal aus Bellevue, Kreuzlingen, aus dem ehemaligen Sanatorium hinter uns hängt. Da gibt es eigentlich gar kein Vorne und Hinten. Natürlich ist das ein Abnehmen der obersten Fläche, aber es ist wie eine zusätzliche Dimension durch dieses Abhäuten entstanden und es zeigt auch die Fragilität unserer Existenz und auch die Fragilität vielleicht von Zeit, von menschlichen Themen, gerade jetzt sind wir wieder in so einer aktuellen Situation, geht es um Nähe und Distanz. Das waren der Heidi wahnsinnig wichtige Themen und das sind über Gender-Themen. Da geht es wirklich um elementarste Dinge, wie begegnen wir einander.
Du hast es gerade angesprochen, wir sitzen vor einer ganz wichtigen Arbeit, das kleine Glasportal der Privatklinik, privaten Psychiatrie, Sanatorium Bellevue in Kreuzlingen in der Nähe vom Bodensee. Eure Mutter hat mit den 80er Jahren dann auch irgendwann die Orte der eigenen Biografie abgeschlossen und hat sich vielfach öffentlichen Orten gewidmet, ob das jetzt eben ein Gefängnis war, wo sie gearbeitet hat, ob es dann eine Psychiatrie war oder ein besonders interessantes Hotel am Lago Maggiore gelegen, wo in den 30er Jahren Intellektuelle gegen den erstarkenden Faschismus in Italien und Deutschland anschrieben und dann dieser Ort in den 40er Jahren zu einem Interniertenheim für jüdische Mädchen und Frauen wurde. All das sind historisch extrem belastete, aufgeladene Orte gewesen. Und alle miteinander haben sie auch etwas gemein und sind auch Orte von Schuld und Scham zugleich, aber weisen sie auch auf eine gewisse Sensibilität für sehr politische und gesellschaftliche Themen. Hat sie dazu auch Stellung bezogen, mündlich? Es ist alles in Ihrem Werk sehr stark vorhanden und eingeschrieben.
Also das Faszinierende für mich, ich denke für uns alle ist, Heidi war nie jemand mit der großen Klappe oder des quasi Plakativen. Das macht für mich ihr Werk eigentlich auch so dringlich. Es ist etwas, sie hat diese Orte für uns ausgesucht, die sonst vergessen worden waren, aber das sind wirklich ganz zentrale, stellvertretende Orte für zum Teil große menschliche Tragödien, für Zeitgeschehnisse, für Umbrüche. Und für das, ich glaube, das beste Beispiel ist, dass diese Künstlerin im Jahr 2021 im Haus der Kunst, in diesem wirklich Nazi-Gebäude, da gezeigt wird. Es gibt keinen besseren Ort, um diese Arbeit in ihrer Dringlichkeit zu zeigen, finde ich. Das ist genau dieser Punkt, oder?
Im Kontext der Vorbereitung für die Ausstellungen waren wir natürlich mit enormen Herausforderungen auch konfrontiert, die das Material in seiner Fragilität mit sich bringt. Latex, dem auch ein Alterungsprozess eingeschrieben ist, ebenso wie der menschlichen Haut. War das etwas, was eurer Mutter bewusst war, dass diesem Material eingeschrieben ist? Oder wie würdet ihr ihre Haltung dazu einordnen und die Wahl des Materials?
Ich glaube, es war ihr nicht wichtig, ob das lange dauert, uns überlebt oder nicht. Es ging um den Moment. Das Material war nur ein Mittel für den Zweck und der Zweck war, zu häuten. Die Wände, die Vergangenheit zu häuten und sich dadurch zu befreien. Und deswegen, das Material Latex war das perfekte Material für diesen Prozess. Und das hat man beim Herrenzimmer gesehen, bei diesen verschiedenen Häutungen, die sie gemacht hat, im Studienzimmer ihres Vaters. Es ging darum, dieses Zimmer und sich selber zu befreien von der Vergangenheit und weiter, besser in die Zukunft leben zu können.
Ich möchte eigentlich da anknüpfen, nicht so auf das Material, vielleicht später noch, aber was natürlich toll ist, der Latex kombiniert mit Textil quasi als Informationsträger über alle Zeit. Dadurch hat sie das, und sie hat es zum Schweben gebracht. Sie hat diese Räume nicht nur gehäutet, sondern sie hat sie bewusst zum Beispiel schweben lassen. Also es ist ein Akt der Transformation, der Befreiung. Jemand hat mir mal das gesagt, eine Frau, die sie auch gekannt hat und gesammelt, hat gesagt, weißt du, am meisten hat mich beeindruckt bei deiner Mutter, dass sie eine Befreiungskünstlerin war. Und das, glaube ich, das ist, was sie auch uns allen mit auf den Weg gibt. Du hast es mit dem Thema Metamorphose die Ausstellung betitelt. Ich glaube, darüber hinaus, die Lehre daraus ist, wir müssen uns alle befreien. Wir müssen irgendwie nach vorne schauen, wie du auch sagst, auch mit einem solchen kulturellen Erbe wie dieses Haus der Kunst. Und das habt ihr großartig in den letzten Jahren gezeigt. Man kann auch die Vergangenheit neu machen, nicht die Vergangenheit auslöschen, sondern neu interpretieren, etwas daraus lernen und weiterzugehen.
Ja, ich möchte noch anknüpfen, das ist, glaube ich, der Punkt. Und der Titel Metamorphosis ist wirklich auch der Punkt. Es geht um die Änderung, Change, sich neu wiedergeboren zu werden und die alten Häute wegzuwerfen. Und deswegen der Titelname dieser Ausstellung ist wirklich perfekt, denn das ist, was sie wollte. Sie war wie die Libelle, die sie immer als Symbol brauchte, die durch die Metamorphose ging und die Haut zurücklässt. So hat sie das auch gemacht, so hat sie gelebt. Sie hat ja Kostüme gemacht als Libelle, die du auch hier zeigst. Und das ist das Zentrale, sich zu häuten, weiterzugehen.
Ja. Ja, also diese Befragung von Verhältnisse und Erneuerung zugleich ist sicherlich ein absoluter Kern des Werks, der auch sich mit dem Titel der Ausstellung formuliert. Nun haben wir in dieser Ausstellung erstmalig ja einen Großteil aller zentralen Werkgruppen versammelt, dass man einen sehr schönen Überblick über das Werk gewinnen kann. Meine Frage an euch ist, es hat jetzt sehr, sehr lange gedauert. Leider kann Heidi Bucher nicht mehr selber die Ausstellung daran teilnehmen und es sehen. Am Ende ihres Lebens, hast du mal erzählt, Inigo, war es ihr sehr wichtig, sich zu sortieren, zu ordnen, das Werk für die Nachwelt vorzubereiten. Es gab wohl auch Reisen, auf denen ihr Kontakte gesucht habt, dieses Werk noch an die Öffentlichkeit zu bringen. Vielleicht kannst du da noch kurz etwas zu sagen und inwiefern eure Mutter vielleicht auch darunter gelitten hat, dass sie nicht sichtbar war als Künstlerin so lange?
Gerne. Hier möchte ich vielleicht mein Erlebnis mit ihr die letzten Wochen ein bisschen erzählen darüber. Ich habe dazu mal in Toronto gelebt und sie war krank, sie war sehr krank, sie hat an Krebs gelitten und es hatte nicht mehr viel Zeit geblieben. Sie hat dann mit ihrer Assistentin viele Galerien angeschrieben, vor allem in New York, Toronto Montreal und Ottawa. Und ich habe dann meine Mutter getroffen in New York, einen Monat bevor sie gestorben ist. Und dort sind wir zusammen zu diesen Galerien, Top-Galerien gegangen mit 2 Anfragen, einer Ausstellung, die Veröffentlichung eines Buches. Und es war sehr hart, weil also ich wusste genau, dass die Antwort immer Nein sein würde. Es war eine verzweifelte letzte Aktion, dass man sie noch sieht, dass etwas über sie geschieht. Wir sind dann nach Toronto gegangen, wo ich mit meiner Familie gelebt habe. Und nach ein paar Tagen sind wir nach Montreal geflogen und auch dort Museum, Galerien und dann noch nach Ottawa, auch das Staatsmuseum, National Gallery of Ottawa, und alle haben immer Nein gesagt. Wir tun es uns überlegen, aber im Moment können wir nicht. Kurz darauf ging es ihr wegen den Schmerzen, die sie hatte, so schlecht, dass wir entschieden haben, dass sie zurückgeht in die Schweiz sofort und sind nach Montreal zum Flughafen und sie ist dann in die Schweiz zurückgeflogen. Ich möchte vielleicht dazu noch sagen, dass sie war eine wirkliche Kämpferin.
Und ich habe sie dann am Flughafen abgenommen, wenn wir schon so sehr
Ja,
persönlich...
ich wollte das gleich sagen, aber sie war nicht bereit. Sie war nicht bereit zu gehen. Und Mayo hat sie dann am Flughafen abgeholt und jetzt bitte.
Also gut, das sind sehr persönliche Sachen, aber
Ja.
ich glaube, es ist insofern wichtig, wie sie gegangen ist, wie du gesagt hast, sie war eine starke Persönlichkeit. Ich habe sie dann nach Brunnen gebracht, in eine Klinik, das ist am Vierwaldstättersee, und sie wusste, sie müsse sterben. 3 Wochen später ist sie verstorben, aber sie hat, bevor das geschah, als wir da waren, bist dann auch gekommen, hat sie gesagt, weißt du, man sieht so den Blick nach rechts und nach links, der See, der teilt sich so wie ein U, und es hat sie auch wieder das Engadin erinnert und sie war irgendwie versöhnt. Das war ein Moment, wo sie gewusst hat, innerlich, sie hat auch wenn es viel zu früh war, sie hat etwas ganz Tolles geleistet und hat uns natürlich das dann jetzt übergeben. Und dann hat es jetzt eine lange Zeit gedauert und jetzt ist sie präsenter denn je.
Ja, und wie du sagst, sie hat das immer gewusst, dass sie was Tolles geleistet hat. Und jetzt haben wir das Glück, dass wir das zum ersten Mal in diesem Maße hier sehen, in dieser Ausstellung, die du organisiert hast. Und es ist großartig und ich bin dir sehr dankbar, dass du das gemacht hast. Heidi hätte das sehr gern gesehen, aber ich bin überzeugt, sie wusste, dass das eines Tages so kommen würde. Und jetzt ist es geschehen.
Ich danke euch ganz, ganz herzlich für dieses sehr, sehr offene Gespräch, auch was, glaube ich, auch viele Perspektiven auf das Leben eurer Mutter und auch das Werk wirft, was sehr, sehr interessant sein wird für die Öffentlichkeit. Vielen Dank, Indigo, vielen Dank, Mayo.
Danke dir von Herzen.
Dankeschön.
Hello, I greet you to the first panel of the Heidi Bucher Symposium at the Haus der Kunst. Our topic is the emancipatory work process in Heidi Bucher's work and the new avant-garde. I am Anne-Marie Bonnet, an art historian, and I'd like to introduce you the participant of our panel. I will present you in the order in which they will speak. Our first speaker will be Ian Alchiver. He's Aaron Fleischmann Curator at the Department of Modern and Contemporary Art of the Metropolitan Museum in New York City. Our second speaker is Dr. Kathleen Bühler. She's chef curator and the leader of the exhibition program of the Kunstmuseum in Bern, in Switzerland. And our third speaker is Jedi Sorkin, Getty Research Institute Senior Scholar in Residence, Associate Professor of History of Art and Architecture at the University of California, Santa Barbara. I'm very pleased to have these eminent colleagues with us. And our first speaker will be Ian. And Ian, you have the screen.
Anne-Marie, thank you so much. I will share my screen now. So it's a pleasure to be with all of you today and to, in a way, set the stage for a discussion about Heidi Bücher's work in the context of, I'd say, an international avant-garde in the second half of the 20th century. What strikes me so vividly about an image like this, taken in Switzerland in the mid-1970s, of the artist peeling away the skin of a room, is how much it speaks to larger legacies of international avant-garde practice on both sides of the Atlantic, and indeed on both coasts of the US, and other colleagues here today will speak more to that. But it's fascinating to think about Bücher in the context of work she may have encountered in her various visits to New York City, where I'm speaking to you from today, and in a larger context of post-war painting and sculpture that developed in this city from the 1950s onward. Bücher very famously was friendly with Hans Namuth, the famous photographer of particularly Jackson Pollock's practice in and around 1950, when this artist was at the height of making works that were full and abstract, but also very bodily in their making. And so here you have a kind of action shot of the sort of primal action painting as it was so described by critics of the day in the 1950s. Many of them spoke of Pollock, reading through these photographs of the practice, reading through films of Pollock also that Namuth took, of him dancing around the canvas. You see him stepping onto the canvas here, and in fact many pictures from this moment show Pollock's footsteps across their surfaces. One then thinks of these so often as a record of the artist's movement across them, as an index of his bodily trace in a way. There's also the more scatological references that abound with regard to this kind of practice. This notwithstanding some apocryphal stories of Pollock himself urinating, for example, in Peggy Guggenheim's fireplace in the 1940s. This ended up getting read into the work as this kind of almost ejaculation on the surface of the canvas. But I think even more interesting, in thinking about Bücher's work is how this gets read in a very gendered way when it comes to the practice that follows by someone like Helen Frankenthaler. And here you have Gordon Parks' famous photograph for Life magazine of Frankenthaler in her New York studio, posed not like Pollock, because one imagines, of course, that Frankenthaler's practice was perhaps equally as active. But here instead she sits demurely on top of one of her pictures. And scholars have read this in very gendered ways. In fact, it goes back, in a sense, to the reception of her work in the 1960s by mainly, and late 1950s, by mainly male critics, who literally spoke of her staining as a kind of leakage onto the canvas, almost as if she was menstruating onto the surface of the picture. And so you have this sense of seepage that comes through, seepage that comes through and is very much read into the practice. And so you're seeing here, at the left side of the picture, you have the right-hand side of her famous Mountains and Sea, which now hangs in the National Gallery of Washington, just to give you a sense of how this stain practice works. Of course, staining becomes a really exciting field for so many artists working particularly in New York and Washington. I'm showing you here Sam Gilliam, who was a member of the Washington Color Field School, This is a work in the Met's collection called Carousel State from the late 1960s, where this technique of staining the canvas also then bleeds, shall we say, no pun intended, into canvases that drape against the wall, canvases that almost dance in the gallery and become room-like installations. And here's a beautiful installation that's currently up at Dia Beacon, just an hour or two north of New York City now. These are works combined in a work called Double Merge that hang drape-like in the galleries, and the visitor is, much like Heidi Bücher's work, able to kind of go in and around these paintings. They become almost environmental paintings. I'd also point to the practice of Joe Overstreet, an artist living and working here in downtown New York in the late 60s and early 70s, who's stained canvases which are a little more rigorously geometrical, let's say, than someone like Sam Gilliam's, also become shapes. They become stretched canvases that enter 3 dimensions within the gallery space. These are 2 shots from a fairly recent reinstallation of works right from 1970 that was done a few years back in a gallery here in New York. And again, just to look at some other options about works that move off the wall, that are made of canvas, but that move off the wall into the space of the viewer. Of course, there's a even larger conversation about work that is environmental in the sense of spaces in which one enters. And here, famous shots of Claes Oldenburg's store here in downtown New York in 1961, where, yes, the kind of parody, let's say, of a commercial space in which art is sold. And Oldenburg is, of course, famous for this critique, let's say, of the commodity and the commodity of the work of art. But here, these commodities are made strange through a very particular materiality, I'd say. Again, an interest in objects that are 3-dimensional, but that begin to melt, begin to run. And you see it in that wonderful dress that hangs in the right and the left-hand image up at the top of the field there. The painting itself, the paint on the surface of that work drips down from the hem of the skirt. And it's a marvelously strange materiality as well that one encounters in the plaster and so-called soft sculpture of someone like Oldenburg from this moment. And here again, that work gets slightly more sophisticated the next year in his famous exhibition for Green Gallery here in New York in 1962. The Metropolitan Museum soft calendar for August 1962 is hanging there on the wall at the right. Objects become stuffed. They become even more bodily, perhaps, than before. And I'd say this installation has a lot to say for the practice of many artists, Bücher included, who are interested in making the gallery space or the studio space that of a kind of mimetic space of somewhere else. I can't think about Bücher's sculpture, and many colleagues even here today, but also others have written about how similar in approach and perhaps the rhyming that happens in terms of their materiality with a kind of group of artists that were highlighted by Lucy Lepard in her very famous show, Eccentric Abstraction, for Fischbach Gallery here in New York in 1966, and particularly the work of Louise Bourgeois and Eva Hesse, who you see on this list of artists included in that exhibition, have many, many adjacencies to Bücher's work. Here's an installation view of Eccentric Abstraction as it was in that year. You see works here by Eva Hesse and many others hanging in the space, and on the left, Louise Bourgeois on the far back left there. And indeed, the work, both of those artists, Hesse and Bourgeois, of course, are using rubber and using latex in their practice for its particular materiality. Much has been written about Hesse's own practice with regard to latex, the way in which it is able to take kind of bodily forms. And interestingly enough, here's a kind of wonderfully evocative picture of Eva Hesse in her New York studio in 1968, just a year or two before she took ill and died. But here, what's interesting to note about Lepard's exhibition in '66 and the kind of rhetoric through which she framed this practice is that at the moment that she was curating the show, she rejected outright the idea that some of these works might be bodily in their associations. And instead, I think the exhibition and the practice of the artist in which she was highlighting, Lepard took great pains to speak of these objects as objects rather than body parts. And that, of course, is something she later retracts, something as she becomes more and more involved, this is Lepard, the critic, more and more involved in, say, feminist practice of the 1970s, more on that from my distinguished colleagues here today. She later admits, of course, that one can't disassociate these objects from the very body parts they might evoke. And I think no one less than Louise Bourgeois can point to that famous sculpture in MoMA's collection, Fillette, from 1968, of course, speaks directly to this. The idea that the object here, the work of art, is both a sculpture and an object and a body part, right? And much ink has been spilled, of course, on exactly what this object represents. I think Bourgeois deliberately leaves that somewhat ambiguous, right? Is this a feminine form? Is it a masculine form? Is it both at once? The genderedness of these objects, the ways in which they were read at the time in the 1960s and then into the 70s, the ways in which we might think about rereading them now as slightly different, if somewhere in between gender, is, I think, an important note to make. These artists, of course, are often posed with the works that are so evocative for us, the viewers, and these objects are so often made famous through photographs of them taken at the time. So I'm thinking, of course, that this is also a story of photographs and something very important filmmaking too, maybe something very important, I'd say, for Heidi Bücher's practice, right? The documentation of this laborious peel off the walls, the ways in which she posed herself with objects, I think rhymes in the way that we saw Eva Hesse pose with her work and with this draped fabric, the way we see Louise Bourgeois here on her street in Chelsea, posing with the famous Avenza, another work from 1968, 69, from the late 60s, which becomes a kind of cast for her own body. Haunting this conversation for me always is Linda Benglis. And I speak to this practice in particular because of the ways in which it puts into motion all of the things I've been already talking about. I think of her kind of totems from the 1960s, Embryo 2 on the left here, excuse me, is one of these wonderfully laborious, beautifully colorful, but also quite eerie objects that, as Benglis herself said, is meant to be the length of her own arm. But it is also, of course, a kind of phallic shape. It also bears the marks of its own making, right? These are layers and layers of built up wax that have then been eroded through flame to melt away and reveal more colorful layers underneath. This, of course, then moves into a practice in the later 1960s of pouring latex, very highly colored latex, onto the floor of her studio or of the exhibition space in which she's working at the time. And so there's no, I think, mistake on her part when she names Odalisque, has a subtitle, Hey, Hey, Frankenthaler. This is an object now in the collection of Dallas Museum of Art, but of course, in the back of Benglis's mind, no doubt, was the spilling, staining practice, the kind of seepage of Frankenthaler's work from the decade prior. Speaking of Frankenthaler, that she is no doubt in Benglis's mind, in the practice of spilling. And again, another remarkable documentary photograph of her at work here in 1969 at University of Rhode Island, in the middle of an installation where she's pouring latex on the gallery floor. We're back to, in a way, this wonderfully active participation in the making of a work captured on film, much like Pollock's own drips and spills. And I think Benglis is very certainly aware of the ways in which her practice in this is just as active, perhaps, as someone like Pollock. The result of these works, these amazing spills of colored latex that encroach in a way upon the viewer's space, activate the gallery in ways in which many of these works do that we've seen, and I think speak a lot to the ways in which particularly women artists of this moment, of the 60s and 70s, reinterpret the messages and the kind of gender discourse around abstract painting, and yes, even sculpture, in particularly important ways. So I hope that gives some food for thought about a kind of New York context for Heidi Bucher's work in and around the 60s and 70s. And I'm very happy to pass along the microphone and the page and the screen to my colleague Kathleen.
Yes, hello everyone, and thank you, Ian, for this beautifully and convincingly presentation of your thoughts, and again highlighting the gender discourse around painting that was so present in the 60s and 70s. And I would like to present my own thoughts of what I think made Heidi Bucher, gave her very strong tools to overcome this gender discourse and to find her own way. And I think it is one of the main reasons is that she was very well endowed with a strong technique and knowledge from her former professional education. She started out as a dressmaker and seamstress, and she made in the 40s an education in this. Here we see her certificate of completion. And I find this interesting on one hand, because it was a very smart decision in the 40s, but right after war and during wartime, and it was good for everyone to know how to do your own dress. And on the other hand, maybe this is already an influence of a strong art personality, because her grandparents lived right next door to the art collectors Handloser, and Hedi Handloser herself was a textile designer, and she might have been a role model in these years. But let's not forget that it was only one of the only possible professions for women at that time. But Heidi Bucher, she went on to become a textile designer, and she went to train at the textile professions class at the Zurich School of Arts and Crafts, which was since 1943 under the direction of Johannes Itten. And Johannes Itten, one of the main and first Bauhaus masters, he was famous for reinventing also the training of designers. Firstly, since that he didn't make any difference between an artist's training and a designer's training, but that they made all the same kind of studies with him. He's famous for the color studies, and for his students, he asked them also to make color analysis of old masters. What it can look like when he asked them to check for certain colors, how much they were used in certain works. He was also famous to add gymnastics to the artists and designers training, so meaning that there is a very strong bodily connection to art practice and design practice, but also he made sure that everyone loosened their muscles before they started looking at things, so that the perception was much clearer. And of course, Bauhaus means an interdisciplinary approach, so that you always think beyond your own medium, beyond your own technique. Most famously embodied here by the Triadic Ballet by Oskar Schlemmer, where you have painting, dressmaking, performance, installation, music, and sculpture all combined. Heidi Bucher once said in retrospect that she was very glad she had Johannes Itten as a professor for color and Max Bill at the time as a professor for form. Here we see what she did in 1945 as a sketch in her dressmaking. She made collage with the fabric combined and the form. And here you see her thinking about details of the dressmaking. I think it's important to point out what a brilliant drawer she was. For a short time she lived from illustrating for newspapers. We see also her interest in details, what we later see in the great skinnings of architectural details, but here, as she shows also how you can fold and drape fabric, and this is also a way of sculptural thinking. How can you bring something two-dimensional like a fabric to become something three-dimensional like a sculpture around the body? We see how she was interested in the fashion of that time in the 40s. This could be an inspiration from the time. Draping was very important. And another very detailed and refined sketch where you see the mastery of her drawings. But she was interested in bodies in general. She not just made a lot of nude studies from women, but also from men, and famously from her lovers, but also from different states of bodies, like this pregnant woman that I'm showing here. And let's not forget, a pregnant woman, a pregnant body is already housing another person. It's a body that is housing another being. In the 50s, she had an abstract phase where she worked with fabric as material, like in this silk collage that she also presented in a gallery in New York, or this one where she was quite influenced by Paul Klee and his abstract work. But you could say that it also finished here, this interest in abstraction, and she went on again to work more figuratively. In the 60s, she collaborated with her husband, the artist Karl Bucher, who was then doing a big group of work which was called landings, objects which kind of were quite familiar with the futuristic look of spacecrafts. We had at that time the landing on the moon, and Heidi Bucher encouraged him to develop his sculpture in something that was wearable and movable. And the easiest way to make it moving is by putting on a dress and wearing that dress. And here are the sketches in the 60s, and this is the finished dress she did. So that was the easiest transition from sculpture to put the same forms on a dress. And here you see contemporary reference to contemporary fashion by Pierre Cardin. And in general, Pierre Cardin and André Courrèges and Paco Rabanne were famous for taking up also this inspiration by the landing on the moon for a more futuristic and open vision of contemporary society. You also see it in the dresses he did. They used materials that were shiny, like the outside of a spacecraft, but also the silhouettes changed when you remember the draped, elegant evening dresses. Now you have a woman with a short dress, which gives her a lot of space to move forward and to be more independent. Also, the idea, the image of the women changed dramatically in these years. The next step was to really construct soft sculptures that you could wear. And this was the model they did, the object they did that also landed on the front page of a fashion magazine. This was the front cover of the first edition of the German-speaking Harper's Bazaar. And I find it interesting because through fashion, through dresses, it was possible to merge all these influences from popular culture, design, and art. Here is Heidi Bucher wearing herself these landings to wear in 1972. And just in the same year, this is where her own group of works emerged, the body shells, which also take up this shiny material, these new materials, and became sculptures to be moved around, to be displayed in a performative way, but which are still very much influenced by the ideas and forms of dresses. If you look at the front on the right-hand side, this sculpture was inspired by the outlook of a bell skirt, or this one was inspired by the frills of a blouse. Frilla is its title. The next stage of wearable sculptures were the body wrappings. And here you see sketches. And again, even though it is really, it's like a hug around the person, and it's somebody who is covered by the fabric, you still have this idea of drapings and foldings which come here together. And in reality, she made it by cutting the foam that she put around. Again, it's activated in a performance by one of her sons. And here you see what it looks like when it's put in an immobile in a exhibition situation. Also, the skin is very interesting. She started to work with pearl of mother, powder, which gives them their iridescent outlook. So again, something that could be something very futuristic in the sense of a new synthetic material, but which is also very organic because it comes from the inside of a shell. In the next group of works in the 70s, I think starts clearly her most exciting phase of works. When she came back in 73 to Switzerland, which was still a very conservative, patriarchal, bourgeois society, she started to use found dresses to embalm them in latex. It was mostly dresses from her family, from her relatives, but also from thrift stores, which means dresses which have a story to tell, which are remnants of somebody's history, somebody's life. And some of these works also have a name in their title, so they suggest a personal story. Betty from Toronto here, but also Anna Mannheimer. This group is very interesting because here Heidi Bucher opens up this idea that it is a certain person's story, because she says even though her grandmother was called Anna, Anna could be every woman. It could be herself, it could be any woman. And Mannheim here is a reference to the fact that women were very dependent from men. Mann and Heim, man and home, is the German wordplay to suggest that it's any woman living in a man's house. It's also here to remind you that it was just 1971 that women got the right to vote in Switzerland. And even up to that time, it was not even possible for a woman to rent her own apartment. She had to have the written consent of either her father or her husband to rent an apartment, which means probably she wanted to get away from the father or the husband to get an apartment in the first place, but she couldn't. So this was the kind of tight and very restricted space that women had in society, legally, politically, and otherwise. This for me comes also very forward in this great work, La Mama from 77. Here a contemporary photograph which shows you how much it's brilliant and shines. And here's what it looks like today. But you can clearly see the portrait of La Mama on the right-hand side, a big human figure that consists of several corsages, one on top of the other. And corsage meaning this lingerie that ties women in, that really make them tight in. And on the left-hand side, a small girl's dress, and all this draped on a bed wrap, which for me kind of symbolizes or embodies the personal space or the space of the home that women were restricted in. And her duty, her first-hand duty, was to please the husband or a male gaze, which is here symbolized by the corsage, and of course to raise his kids and to reproduce. So she uses, in my opinion, these dresses which suggest as a personal history and of course a political history as well, to criticize, make a social commentary on the situation in Switzerland. She's also using, of course, dresses and fabrics which are very alluring. Here the tights. But she also used the idea of dresses to overcome this situation, to free herself from this restrictedness. And for example, with this dragonfly lust costume, where she created with the skin the idea of a dragonfly that leaves her skins behind to become this beautiful, shiny and flying insect. There you need to know that Heidi Bucher has the dragonfly as a kind of totem animal or totem insect. So she kind of identified strongly with this idea that you're able to shed your own skin and become something else. And as if to prove this, she also wore this costume during openings and very much presented herself as a dragonfly, which of course, even here, she reminds us as a dragonfly when she's skinning these huge spaces, these huge gentleman study. And even here, she looks like a gigantic dragonfly because it took her even more effort to overcome the restrictions of that memory. But she did not only make the reference from her own position in regard to her own situation and history, but she kind of spread that also, saw this as a collective invitation. That's why she made this collective performance in 1983 that was in Le Landeron, a small village in the French-speaking part of Switzerland, where she invited 5 other performers to make an embalming of their own body, to be able to take away their own second skin together with the skinning of the prison in that village. And on the opening day, they made this kind of procession or ceremony where they carried the skin of the prison, which is of course the embodiment in the stricted sense of confinement, and then left the skin of the prison and their own skin in the exhibition space, as if to say, we managed to even escape the most restricted space and areas. We managed to free ourselves. And this is, I think, also very much thanks to this former training on one hand side, with using the dress as an idea, as an anthropological object, a sociological object, but also a metaphor, and using it as a vehicle to also attribute this interdisciplinary training that she got from Bauhaus and overcome the obstacles in her time and really pushing the boundaries beyond. Thank you very much. With having said all this, I'm very looking forward to the presentation of Jenny Sorkin, what she's telling us about the women's movement on the California coast. And now I'm passing the floor to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathleen and Ian and Louisa and Jana for organizing this. It's really an honor to present here today. My talk is called California Dreaming, Heidi Bucher's Roots in West Coast Feminism. Between 1971 and 1973, Heidi Bucher lived and worked in North America, first Canada, then Los Angeles. During that time, she initiated her first forays into body-based performance and sculpture, strongly informed by the American-style feminist art she encountered. In the early 1970s, Los Angeles was in the nascent stages of becoming the US's major flashpoint for feminist art, both aesthetically and organizationally. Institution building was in full force. In 1970, Judy Chicago had initiated the first ever women's art courses called the Feminist Art Program at a regional university in Central California called Fresno State College, now California State University, Fresno. 15 female students met off campus with Chicago as their instructor, where the main purpose was to make art without male judgment, input, or intrusion. Or as the artist Faith Wilding, who was a graduate assistant in the program, came to describe it, the larger stakes of the program were about, for her, quote, learning to contend with manifestations of power, female, male, political, and social, end quote. After 1 year, Chicago joined forces with an older colleague she admired, the abstract painter Miriam Shapiro, and the program moved to Los Angeles, officially hosted by the California Institute of the Arts, better known by its moniker CalArts. However, it continued to meet off campus as a way of securing access to a safe, women-only space. This mandate became the gateway to the famed group installation Woman House, held in a Hollywood Hills mansion during the month of February 1972. This year, actually, and this month, commemorates the 50th anniversary of the program. First and foremost, Woman House addressed the oppressions of middle-class domesticity through a series of collaborative and individual sculptures, installations, and performances. These tackled difficult and at the time fully taboo content such as menstruation, motherhood, rape, incest, patriarchy, childbirth, and women's sexuality. Both Chicago and Shapiro participated fully in this undertaking, creating both individual and collaborative works alongside their students. Born within 3 years of each other in the 1920s, Heidi Bucher was actually the same generation as its oldest participant, Miriam Shapiro. During the 1950s, the first decade of Bucher's career, we see her primarily producing works on paper and experimenting with found materials such as silk or tulle, pasted or fixed to uncommon supports such as cardboard, aluminum, and wood or paperboard. Manipulating fabrics in combination with mark making, Bucher created abstract biomorphic imagery that behaved like a two-dimensional painting, but foreshadowed her turn towards sculpture and installation. In 1961, she married a fellow Swiss artist, Karl Bucher, who was comparatively amateur to her, having only begun painting in 1960. 9 years younger than she and entirely new to the arts, Karl had previously studied law at the University of Zurich. Heidi and Karl Bucher became collaborators, jointly developing foam and phosphorescent vinyl that they used as material for inflatable and wearable sculptures that functioned somewhere between costumes and standalone objects. Together, they produced 3 distinct bodies of work activated by the body, requiring interactivity from both the wearers and the viewers. In 1969, Karl received a fellowship from the Canadian government, where the family spent part of a year in Montreal, followed by Toronto, before relocating to Los Angeles in 1971, along with their 2 young sons. They rented a large house on Outpost Drive, not far off the famed, dangerously twisty Mulholland Drive, which follows along the mountain ridge into the Hollywood Hills, a neighborhood that at the time was more bohemian than posh. Far up in the hills, the home was isolated on a small crest. It still stands today near to the top of a particularly treacherous set of switchbacks that are not lit at night. The city glitters from such a lofty perch, but remains frustratingly out of reach. Bucher's works have a fragile and coded domesticity that undergirds their presence. There are aprons, stockings, linen, and bedclothes, some of which Kathleen also just showed, all coated with a pearlescent pigment that offers a pastel glow, hiding a more lurid sort of vulnerability, like eyes shining with tears. Body Wrappings is a sculpture performed outside their home in Hollywood. Encased in a sheath of white vinyl, Heidi appears to be a woman engulfed, fully bound up in the confines of the material itself. Only her lower legs and feet remain exposed. She is barefoot and vulnerable. It is notable that this work was made the same year as Woman House, which itself was a term based on Louise Bourgeois' femme maison drawings from the late 1940s. In Bourgeois' picture plane, a woman is swallowed up by her house, reduced to a headless entity, her reproductive capacities exposed, her legs and feet bare. Yet a photograph is sometimes just a single moment. Follow the film, and there is a strong sense of play acting and motherly affection, of the close relationship women have with their bodies and their children, as the boys too get in on the act, approximating her own wrappings, concealing and cocooning themselves in the flexible fabric. Less than 10 kilometers away, Woman House was mounted in a grittier street-level part of Los Feliz, also part of Hollywood, staged in a broken-down mansion that had already been condemned by the city. It is possible Heidi Bucher saw Woman House, but not very likely. The show was only open for a month, from January 30th to February 27th, 1972, and then only on Wednesdays through Sundays. While the feminist art program was short-lived, it spawned a more permanent structure, an alternative space known as the Woman's Building, a public institute or center for women's culture. The Women's Building was Los Angeles' longest-running feminist institution, and it was a building that also housed a tantalizing group of feminist organizations, galleries, a bookstore, a printing press, and a travel agency briefly. Wilding documented the intense spate of activity throughout Los Angeles in her book, By Our Own Hands, seen here, documenting this era of intensive organizing between 1970 and 1976. The Women's Building became the city's major feminist hub, and we can say with near certainty that Bucher did attend events and openings there, and was even likely present at some of its earliest events throughout the 1972 calendar year. While living on Outpost Drive, she pledged $10 toward the creation of a new publication, the first that Woman's Space produced, which appeared the following year in February-March 1973. The journal lives within Bucher's archive, and the calendar in its back matter contains a series of X's and brackets that mark off a steady stream of events in which she was clearly interested, all in late January and throughout February and March, ranging from Menstruation Weekend to art history lectures offered by Arlene Raven to an in-person workshop with the French novelist Anais Nin. Whether Bucher's attendance was real or merely intended is hard to say. The family moved on from Hollywood and relocated to Santa Barbara before returning to Switzerland sometime in 1973. The exact timeline remains fuzzy, indistinct in the memory of her sons, who were still very young at the time. What is clear, however, is that Bucher produces some of her most important works in Los Angeles, including Body Shells, an oversized grouping of wearable foam objects that expressed a burgeoning feminist consciousness. They also became a bridge or an extension of the lively materiality in which she and Carl had initially engaged, but which she ultimately fully embraced as hers after returning to Switzerland and embarking upon Skinnings, the room-sized casts that embodied the sensory effect and memory of placemaking. The collaborative Body Shells were, in a way, ensemble work in which the entire family performed, almost an operatic ending to their time on the coast. The sculptures are oversized vessels which fully obscure each wearer's body. In functional ceramics, vessel parts correspond to body parts. There is a lip, a neck, a shoulder. Most forms take on girth, widening as they proceed downwards, in such a way that approximates a hip. At its base, sometimes there is a foot. In Heidi Bucher's Body Shells, the vessels display a textile-like quality. There is a neck that is particularly slender, female even. Hers is a scalloped edge that you see here mimicking a blouse. The objects look heavy, but in the 16mm film documenting their performance on Venice Beach, they glide above the sandy surface, while the waves crescendo behind them. A sonic dreamscape, light and airy, redolent of the hollowness of seashells. Ironically, though, Venice is not a beach with shells. It is an urban beach, its sand filthy with cigarette butts. It is also home to Muscle Beach, where aspiring bodybuilders and actors wore as little as possible and lifted weights in public. The original Gold's Gym, where Arnold Schwarzenegger got his start, was just a few blocks inland from where the Buchers filmed. California dreaming. Everyone was taking off their clothes, while the Body Shells enacted a form of secreting the self, curling inward at the water's edge, staking out an interior and uncompromising position. Through her interactions with feminist art in Los Angeles, Heidi Bucher found an enduring strength in her own femininity, which was unashamed about finding its own voice. This interiority lasted and was carried back to Switzerland, where it continued to sustain her practice for another 3 decades, articulating the psychological effects of womanhood in a family, history, and country of men. Thank you, and I now pass the floor back to Anne-Marie.
Ian, Kathleen, Jenny, thank you so much for those brilliant and enlightening introductions in specific aspects of the work of Heidi Bucher. I won't resume, just try to remind the common points with a question which each of you can answer, try to start our discussion. There's so much to say. Ian, you showed the perspective on the New York in the 50s and the 60s, which showed how much everything was in movement, how the opening of the practices of the painting, going to the space, involving the public. And I like the way you showed the gendered way to go with it and how we see it now. And thank you to have shown also the feminine position like Frankenthaler, Mengele, which in usual artistry we see much less. And it was very exciting to see how much this played a role, and also your focus that the role of the photographic and the documentation, the self, which played, and we see there already the aspects on Heidi's work. And Kathleen, thank you also to have shown the role of a traditional training, which finally gave her the power and the possibility to become what she was. And the reminding the Bauhaus inheritance of interdisciplinarity, the role of the body and of movement, and the opening of categories, and how she used the body and fashion as culture already. And also to remind us, which sometimes we forget, and this shock to go back, coming from California back in this, how you reminded bourgeois patriarchal society, and how what she had learned and what she was doing, she used then just to liberate herself slowly, or to thematize all these repressions. And finally, Jenny, who brought all this back, on the focus again, we have the idea, the role of the body, of the performativity, of the shell, of starting with the body once, but going into concerns that are societal, like the role of women. And also, thank you, Jenny, to remind us that these were very short, but very long-lasting moments. And we, in the moment, in our now time, when we try to revise our heteropatriarchal history, these things become so much more vivid, and you showed how important this was. So my question, one of the questions to start with is, and each of you may answer, is nevertheless what we see now, what impresses us, is these enormous objects, which a small bracket. It's a shame that we are not in the Haus der Kunst, and that lots of you haven't seen the show. If you can, go and see the show, because it's very, very impressive to see those skinned rooms hanging in the Haus der Kunst. You know, the Haus der Kunst is an enormous building with a not so nice story, and when we know, as we just heard from different perspectives, how much Heidi Bucher was fighting against oppression, restriction, and to have these very sensitive, fragile objects with all this history of people living in those spaces, living in those clothes, in this repressive, enormous architecture. It's a very special room which enhances all this friction and tensions. And my question to you is how we have seen all what she has been inspired, but this very specific practice of her, this skinning, which really, even Jenny at the end, you showed that the body shells are always a move from the body, the skin, to an object, but this very strong bodily aspect, to go and put a skin on a room, get it away with an enormous, we see the film documentation, enormous strength. This is very something specific, which reminds us, but nobody had it before. How do you think she came to this very strong moment to do this with whole rooms? You showed the dragonfly when this comes together, the aspect of the clothes go to the room, and the room becomes clothes. What were the point? What do you think? Which really is very specific, that she really goes from skin to room and from body to architecture. This metamorphosis and anamorphosis. From which of your perspective, what do you think? What were the point to come to this very specific?
I'm happy to jump in just quickly to say that, you know, I think there are a number of precedents, of course, for thinking about art making three-dimensional work as kind of environment, right? In which the viewer as well as the artist can kind of inhabit. And you see that already happening, right, with abstract expressionism in New York, just as one example, where even though those end up being two-dimensional planar pictures hanging on a wall, they begin to open up a space for, you know, there's already this kind of undercurrent of thinking about environment, and this of course goes way back as well to early 20th century avant-gardes. You know, you could think of all kinds of precedents for room-sized environments, right? I'm struck by both of my colleagues here, their presentations, and the ways in which rooms come to pass as important, you know, precedents, I'd say. So Woman House, for example, and it's wonderful to think of that half a century since Woman House. That those are installations for the most part, right? I mean, the sculptures are inserted, or sculptures, painting, whatever they are, whatever these artists made, were placed in installation kind of based practice. And we looked at all kinds of images across these three presentations that speak to that kind of aspect, and you have this welling up as well in kind of process-based work in the 1960s, post-minimalist sculpture, a whole argument around the kind of theatricality of these objects, right? That Robert Morris sort of stirs up, and then Michael Fried reacts to, right? That these are works that Jenny is wanting to jump in.
I just wanted to sort of jump in here and point out that Ian, your lineage is a bit conservative for me, in the sense that it's incredibly New York centric, but I think, and it's also painterly, obviously, in this very interesting way that, you know, abstract expressionism morphs into process art. But I think what she was able to find on the West Coast was actually an absence of painting and a freedom from painting, because even though the two women at the helm of the feminist art program, Miriam Shapiro and Judy Chicago, were both trained painters, and there was certainly a lot of drawing and sketching happening within that program. Largely what was happening in Los Angeles at the time was this turn away from painting and toward an evocative kind of performance, whether or not we see that as confessional or a kind of larger premise of structural critique across the problem of what it means to be a woman in society, I think is what she was able to locate herself within, and that it must have been intensely refreshing to see these subjects come up and you know, people make work in a kind of bodily way with a kind of youthful passion.
Yeah.
And what I also like about Heidi Bucher, that she was never thinking in small scale. She was already thinking in big scale. So even the performance with the body shells on the beach, she takes the beach and the sea behind as her a performance space. So I think that for me, it's kind of a logical progression, even though it's always hard to say what makes an artist decide on a certain direction. But it's kind of this getting bigger by scale, and then it kind of naturally you take the skin of the history of these embalmed objects to work with, and then of kind of take the skin of whole spaces which embody a history or an atmosphere or a political symbolism. For me, also has a kind of logical progression in itself.
Yeah, it's true.
And I'm struck too. Oh, sorry. I was just going to say I'm also struck by the scale of those works as well, as you point out, both of you in your talks. Though they're quite large, right? They're not discrete, portable, so to speak, even though, Jenny, you mentioned how sort of lightweight they seem, how they float. So there's this wonderful tension too there in scale, size, format, right?
That's why I said it's a shame we can't see the exhibition, which is really impressive. And even the clothes, even when you have only a shirt or dress, the way they are done, they are very impressive and very monumental. Because, and as you very well saw, Jenny, they look fragile. Nevertheless, this is what impressed me most. You have big objects, you have great pieces on the wall, very thick with all the layer, with the clothes, with the story, but they look fragile nevertheless. Okay, of course, also because they get fragile, but this ambivalence.
I think also one of the other sort of influences here that Jana mentions in her essay in the catalog is Ed Kienholz, who Heidi Bucher became close to and had a relationship with, but he is also making kind of large-scale installation works in the 1960s, more in the vein of New York process art, but in this kind of West Coast vein. He and Bruce Conner are, using baby dolls and sort of the disgust of death and corpse-like structures. And I think that the sort of undergirding of darkness, it's threaded through her skinnings, the darkness of the patriarchy. And I think that the source material for that is also the sort of violence and trauma that comes up both in Kienholz and Bruce Conner's work, but also the kind of violence and trauma that courses through the Women's Building and Women's House installations, and the kind of reckoning with trauma that women are attempting to work through in that space.
Yeah. Also, when you showed, Jenny, when you showed the I can't remember, when you showed how the body shells were on the wall, well, it reminded me, of course, we think of Franz-Gerd Walter Werksatz. But this looks like something to play. And while the pieces by Heidi Bucher have always something, traumatic. It's always it's a skin. You never forget it's a skin, and the skinning, and very impressive. It is symbolic of the dragonfly. Because of course we think of metamorphosis and all this, but have the woman to go and to take a whole room. And to skin it on you, it's even when we have seen the images of Louise Bourgeois, Eva Hesse, who did this wrapping and things, and we remember of Niki de Saint-Phal with the Nana when we go into. But they have always a kind of theatrical or more like a costume. But with Heidi Bucher, it's never a costume; it's always a skin. And it's very
okay.
different.
I was just going to say that I think that the skin and what you're talking about in relation to skin being an act of violence. Skinning has this relationship historically, like in Nahua culture, in codices, there's images of people parading around in flayed skin, where skinning is an aggressive act as a way to skin, somebody who is captive. And she has made these rooms captive, and she has captured the patriarchy literally and created a skin of them, a skin record that she can then turn around and wear and drape and wrap as a victor. There's a kind of victory mentality even.
And also very important, Kathleen reminded that she also shared the experience. She shared the experience. She involved other people. Jenny, you showed it was very moving. The family aspect when with their own children, but much more moving and really the aspect from de Landeron when she goes to this jail and invites people to come with her. So she, when we read. How she tells when she goes into a room, she has to go into the room to see, to feel. It's a very personal involvement. But then she goes and she shares. And all these people go together. They share together about themselves, then the room. And then they go back and they show this. And the skinning is also, how would you say, mulch with animal, which is metamorphosis. When you become, then you become a butterfly, So the skinning has to, it's a moment. Which is of course very freeing, and you become something else. But she shares this, and you showed very well. This is, of course, it's specifically her biography, her femininity in this patriarchal society, but she invites other people to participate. And this is something very moving and very political, which was not so present before.
I think it's like a women's house moment at that time in 1983. And what strikes me is also it's as if the violence of her gesture answers to the violence of this history, and it's a kind of reappropriation of on her own terms.
Yes.
So she takes the skin, and she, with this as a victor, as a survivor, she gains the right to present that history embalmed in that skin on her own terms. And that is what I think is the political in this gesture, even though she was not an outspoken feminist, even though she didn't do any theoretical work. But I think in this gesture is so much radicality, is so much, for me, political content. That really it's overwhelming.
Yeah, and you in the text, the catalog, we see the places she showed. One is a psychiatrist, the other was a hospital, also Herrenzimmer, the men's room in the bourgeois house. You know, everywhere where power is done, where hierarchy is, and she just takes it over and makes it hers and frees. And this is really this is something very specific, and but. We just spoke about the neo-avant-garde, and as we know, in her lifetime, she was not very successful. She had not a great reception because Switzerland was very patriarchal, and women anyway were not so present. But what is art history? When we rewrite it, we write for the future. We can rewrite it, and she knew. This is a very important point. Yin, you spoke of the people posing. That was new. It started with Picasso and Matisse, and with Life, Magan with Pollock, the men. This, of course, the new media society, but also to know. She always knew she was important, and it would be received. And we start with it. Do you think that will change something in the long run?
Well, I'm so struck by this wonderful context that Jenny has presented so beautifully about Los Angeles at a moment. We've spoken about this before. Yeah. Woman House emerges at a time, and I think Chicago and Shapiro are very attuned to this about creating a space for women to show their work, not only to make work together, to have support from each other, but also to present their work in a city, not unlike New York, that was very geared towards male artists, right? The whole scene around Ferris Gallery, the whole kind of surf culture thing. Jenny also spoke about Venice Beach and Gold's Gym and the kind of body culture of LA. And the flip side of that, there's the shine of the automobile and the surfboard, the kind of finish fetish thing. There's also the dark side of Black Dahlia and Bruce Conner and film noir. These kind of polarities are also, unfortunately at the time, also so driven by masculine energy, by kind of discourse around male artists, much like they were in New York. And so Woman House, I think, is also a way in which for these artists to make a space, right? I'm so struck by the beach as well as and something that comes to mind that I hadn't thought of before is actions on the beach, such that an artist like Marisa Merz, in a very similar masculine context, right, surrounded by arte povera, kind of loose movement of arte povera artists, all of them men, forges a space for herself using performances on the beach, for example, using traditional crafts, knitting, crocheting, those kinds of things. Is really powerful, kind of soft power that speaks through that kind of practice. So I'm so struck by this context that emerges. There's also CalArts being a space that absorbs, that kind of takes in the feminist art program. It's also so inspired by Bauhaus as well. And the idea that those avant-garde art institutions could be spaces that accommodate this kind of practice, I think, is also important.
But they accommodate it reluctantly, we might say. That right. There's a kind of reluctance. CalArts, even in 1998, there was a symposium organized by MFA students who found all of this feminist material that was trashed and left outside by the dumpsters. The library put it out to be thrown away, and the MFA students rescued it and staged a counter archive conference in '98 and invited Mira Shore and Faith Wilding and Sherry Galkey. And it was called the F word. And the F word, of course, is a bad word at that moment. Feminism is not embraced. And 50 years after the fact, we are now seeing all of these practices reassessed for their radicality and their really important liberatory effects that still resonates with young art students today. But I think that these women had to wait and wait and wait. And unfortunately, Heidi Bucher doesn't live to see her practice reassessed in this radical way. And she's part of a generation that really had to fight. And Ian, when you're saying people are making work on the beach, I totally agree with you, but it's also as a way because they don't have a space in the gallery system or in the museum world.
We are not yet there. We are still fighting for it. Huh? Maybe it's also in the way to see it. A long time, the West Coast wasn't present. It was only the East Coast present, huh? And the West Coast is coming the last years. But I think women, in Germany in 2016, there was a statistic done through the Kultusministerium about the situation of women in art and media. And it was shown that they still discriminated, still make less money. And I made my own statistics in the art world. And in the big galleries, even galleries which are directed by women, there are only 5% women in the galleries, even by famous galleries. And there are only 2 galleries in Germany who have more than 25% women. 2 galleries in Germany. And when the museum say they buy a man and a woman, they buy Anton Kiefer for 1 million and Sylvia Beckley for 12,000, and then they have both a man and a woman. And it's still like that. So in the art world, it's still very gendered, very much gendered. The hierarchy is still there, but okay, but we work at it. And even the Haus der Kunst was very heavy with testosterone, and it's changing. Huh? We had Miriam Kahn, we had not only the big ones, we had women, we had Miriam Kahn, and we had Heidi Bucher, and I'm very happy about it. And Heidi Bucher is really so strong, and I'm happy that it's a Swiss position. I'm very sad that Harald Seemann never took care of her. He should have.
Harald Seemann didn't even show Merit Oppenheim.
Yeah.
So that was always interesting that they hanged around with these women with these female artists, but they didn't show them.
No.
So that was very much the zeitgeist. And
Marie Bauermeister is the same. Huh? Marie Bauermeister, she's Mrs. Stockhausen, but her work, and she was more, it's also, so we are in the moment working at getting these big figures who are very important for the young generation. But we are on the way to it, we are not yet there.
But it kind of, what Jenny explained, it allows us to measure the isolation that Heidi Bucher was in when she turned back to Switzerland, because there was like, Woman House was like a distant memory. There was no such network in Switzerland at the time. It was only in the 80s when the younger generation started to be more feminist, and like the generation of P.J. Kuriger, when they did their own, they started to organize their own exhibitions. And Heidi Bucher was then like already a gray eminence in the background. She kind of consulted with them, but she did not want to be part of it. And I think, because this moment had passed, she was at another stage in her life. And it's really, I'm deeply impressed how she managed to carry her work through, against all this missing interest and against all these obstacles. And
and she opened her own studio in a former butcher's shop, Also, for somebody who had such a empathy and feeling for rooms, to go into a butcher's shop and put in the butcher's shop, it's really kind of suffocating. And to turn this object, but all her objects, they are also sometimes kind of uncanny in their fragility, and they are really, you can't, when you stand in front of them, you feel how much history is in them, how much is really stored.
Of course, it also has to do with the latex is used for the molding and of kind of preservation. And
Yeah.
I think there is a morbid side, but of course
Yeah.
it resonates very much with the underbelly of patriarchy. If you even go down to the butcher shop's cooling room, so you kind of keep these memories, even if they're dead, you keep them alive and fresh.
And I thought, for instance, an artist like Paul Thek, which is which is a man, but who, in his way, I would like to sometime to make an exhibition where you can see Paul Thek and her together in their fragility and in their way to, with very uncanny work, the way to transform violence and power into something fragile which moves you. Is this transforming in her work is one of the very special qualities which I have not seen in much works at that time.
This is for me the last brilliant thing in her work. We can't be sure if she foresaw what is happening to the latex. Now it's getting brittle and thin like glass. Now she makes all these institutions who didn't care much about her work when she was alive, care so much for what is left of her work because they're so brittle, they're so thin. And I think that's such a clever move. So.
Yeah, but it also becomes like a carcass or like a carapace, even like the shell of the a butterfly chrysalis, or where it's that fragile glassine structure, and you want to preserve it, but you can't, and it can turn to dust very quickly. And I don't know. There's something very. I think you're right. It's very poetic, and it also does force institutional creativity. And collaboration, all the things institutions don't like to do, really.
That's right. There's also the wonderful.
Yeah, but you are in.
So I was just going to say the pearlescence and the iridescence of the mother of pearl pigment also amplifies that, right? The kind of tremulous fragility of those shells. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, Anne-Marie.
No, because you work at museums, you know the problems. But as when we thought the first time about it, that we think the artists don't think about this point. She did not think about what will happen with the latex. Like Eva Heise did not think about it. Later on, people like Beuys or like Roth, they knew they made objects they wanted to rot, and it's absolutely absurd now that we have restaurators working at how you can stop freeze the rotting, which is absurd. The work was meant to disappear, but I don't think she thought about it. Do you think she?
I think it varies by artist, right? But I'm not sure about Heidi Bucher in particular. But I think it certainly varies, and so there's, as you say, Anne-Marie, there's some artists who embrace that entropic material quality, right, of their work. They want it to disintegrate, and I think the museological problem is to figure out, with each artist, what the intent is for the long time, for the lifetime of the object, right? But in the meantime, in the absence of that, we take as good care of it as we can, right? And it's fascinating, and Kathleen will know this too, from installing, which you're about to do soon, right? Which is exciting in Switzerland, for the next venue. But the act of kind of placing, for the ones that are not free hanging, but the ones that kind of reskin the wall, I find that fascinating too. That move, that, like, as in the Met object by Heidi Bucher, it came off of a wall or a cabinet or a piece of furniture, and then it kind of gets reapplied to the wall at the same time. And so the skin gets reattached and then removed again when it takes off. So it is this movable carapace that, again, I think emphasizes, it's not like a two-dimensional painting that has a volume, a certain volume stretched on a canvas. No, it's stretched directly on the wall, which I think is also fascinating. I think emphasizes the fact that it is an architectural statement as much as it is all the other things we've been describing.
And also brings the domestic into the sphere of the domestic back into the liminal space of the white cube, and sort of changes what that space feels like because of their sheer size, as Anne-Marie, you've pointed out that it's really large. I'm wondering if Kathleen might talk a bit about sort of what it means to reinstall this work in Bucher's home country.
Yes.
It's a great moment to celebrate, of course, her work and her achievements, and to honor her efforts. And to my, I'm very sad, of course, that we don't have the big spaces that Munich has, because I love this airy quality of the presentation, that these skins are in the air like the dragonfly itself. And we can't reproduce that in Bern because we have much smaller spaces, but I will really bring our visitors close to the skin itself, because this is, at the same time, as monumental it is, it's also very sensitive, sensual, and very intimate, because to get so close to one's skin, even to a room skin, and now it's also a security problem. People shouldn't get too close to it. But we want to work with this intimate atmosphere and quality, and maybe let all these underbelly aspects of the history creep up on them through this close encounter. And I'm really looking forward very much, because as a curator, you learn so much with strong works.
Yeah.
They kind of command you around, and it has and I think this is because it's already so performative and so sculptural and installative in itself. It kind of even almost built itself as an exhibition. But it's really special to reinvent also a narration of an exhibition, and to find new aspects to highlight with working with the spaces you have and not against them. So that is what I'm looking forward in the next few weeks.
Yeah. So I like the idea which Kathleen and Jay just said. It's a revenge of the artist now. No? The fragility of her work, the revenge of the artist, and I'm sure. And when you say you're going to bring it close to I get goose pimples, because I remember in the House of Cones stepping back, because they were so present, and so because. Of course, we come to Bern and we see the difference. But John, last question maybe to Ian, because I didn't see that, but I got something when I heard that you showed her with Bruce Nauman. And Bruce Nauman were the artist which in the 70s, for me, for my generation, really, as he said, the work of art should keep you like a baseball bat in the face. And it was really the first one who made us feel psychic. Before work of art was something of culture. And all of a sudden we were really shocked. And it was I really was really shocked and physically attacked by his work. So what was your intuition putting this together?
Yeah. So the last time we had our particular work by Boucher on view, it was at the Bent Breuer in our last year there in 2019 to 2020, an installation of permanent collection works that was kind of loosely thematic and based around themes of architecture, space, and migration. And the title of it was "Home is a Foreign Place," which is of course perfect for Boucher.
Yes,
but really comes from a beautiful series of prints by Zarina, the late great artist, born in the Indian subcontinent. But our concept around this, and this was led by the chair of my department, Sheena Wagstaff, and with a lot of other curatorial input from my colleagues. But we showed this Boucher in the context with Bruce Nauman's video about kind of mapping out the gallery, right, with his body, but also in the context of other works that use casts of architecture or measurements of architecture. I'm thinking in particular of Rachel White-Read. We have a really interesting work, part of the group of work she made for Venice, the casts of undersides of boardroom tables, you know, seats of power, right? Places of meeting, that are defined in White Reed's context by their absence, right? Absent present. Also Sylvia Mangold, whose wonderful paintings, conceptual paintings from the early 70s deal also with measurements and measurements of the studio, pictures of rulers, and a number of other artists from multiple generations. And I think it just speaks, for me, it speaks to, again, what I think all of us have admitted is an enduring appeal of this work, of Heidi Bücher's work, to captivate us, to think, to kind of set in motion all of these really important questions about feminism, about architectural space, about installation practice, about pedagogy, in a really international context. And for me, that's so exciting about this work. I love hearing all these different perspectives, talking about her travels too, being in Europe, being in LA, passing through New York. I think there are a limited number of artists who have this kind of power for the long term. And for me, she's certainly one.
I would also just like to throw in, as long as we're talking about Naumann, a final pitch for California, in that Naumann himself came out of a California graduate program. He finished his MFA in sculpture at Davis, University of California, Davis, slightly east of the Bay Area in 1968. And the power, again, of a turn against painting in California really fueled his practice in this very intermediate, interdisciplinary, performative space. And I think that we can't underestimate the coastal differences between maybe the conservatism of New York versus the liberatory effects of the West Coast had on numerous artists, many of whom passed through and went elsewhere, like Bücher, like Naumann, but they took something with them.
I totally agree. So this spring in Switzerland, and then we'll all go to California.
And Switzerland appeared as, through its strong conservatism, as a catalyst who makes us appear all the more what we have to go through to become safe and free us from all the old skins. No? Shall we finish on this image that we all, thank you all very much for this really enlightening talk. And I hope we see each other in Bern, in front of the real work.
Yes.
Otherwise we come to California or to New York. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And see you soon, and take care and stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Take care.
With the following film screening, we want to highlight the aspects of process, performativity, and intermediality in Heidi Bucher's work, which are crucial for our understanding of her artistic practice. So the video footage is from a wide variety of skinning actions from the 1970s and 80s, recently rediscovered and firstly restored for the retrospective Metamorphosis. So the films feature Bucher's carrying out performative gestures and movements that seem to merge with the works and their surrounding space. Her body conveys an impression of vividness in the scenes, whereby in many cases she intensely focuses on the imagined viewer. She explored the relationship between body and space, both private and public, as well as inner and outer perception with a diversity of media. So with this screening, the film material will be exclusively accessible for the public for the first time. We are very much looking forward to the second panel, which comes right after the films, where our brilliant participants will further discuss the importance of filmic and performative practices in Heidi Bucher's work. In 1978 and 82, Heidi Bucher performed 2 skinning actions in her empty parents' house in Winterthur, Switzerland. There she chose the gentleman's study, a room that was specifically reserved for her father. She applied layers of gauze and latex on walls and floor, and after the drying process, pulled them off with great physical effort. In this historic film material, you see the importance of process-oriented performativity and physicality with her skinning actions. Heidi Bucher staged her notion of rooms and walls as shells that can be shed like the skin by pulling off those latex skins, which are inscribed with her own patriarchal family history. Heidi Bucher liberates herself from those repressive structures.
Das ist eine gute Frage.
Das ist der reine Geburtstag. Jetzt habe ich einen Flügel. Jetzt müssen wir dort ein bisschen Ecken runterlassen. Stühle hoffe ich, dass der Lückeli.
Ja, Was ist denn? Verräuchert. Verräuchert.
Hello, my name is Luisa Seib, and as curatorial assistant on the Heidi Bucher retrospective, it is my great pleasure to introduce you to more films on the work of Heidi Bucher. In 1983, Heidi Bucher participated in the first triennial of Le Landeron in Switzerland. The arts festival with the title La Femme et l'Art was dedicated to women artists from various fields such as painting, sculpture, dance, film, video, photography. Participating artists were, among others, Trisha Brown, Maria Lasnik, Ulrike Rosenbach, and Ulrike Ottinger. Heidi Bucher took part with an extensive skinning of architecture and bodies. 5 female performers took part in a skinning action in the former Castle prison in Le Londres. The women were wearing long men's underwear out of cotton and rubbed liquid milky latex onto each other. After the drying process and the application of shiny mother-of-pearl pigments, they stripped off the solid latex bodies, just like stripping down old skin from the body. In this way, the hatching of the parquet dragonfly was created. The prison was the first of several social institutions Heidi Bucher turned to in the 1980s, and where people are held against their will. She mobilized the history of these places to include women who until then had been forced to act as invisible subjects.
Du kannst schön, ja, hinten. Ja.
Musst ganz noch, musst du machen. Ganz voll. Dort hat es ganz viel Wasser. Frischer, dort ist er. Und das wäre sehr nachher, wenn sie durchkommt. Hier nicht so. Du musst das am Abend irgendwo machen. Riesen Bettchen drum. Das ist richtig gut. Ja. Das ist so irgendwo, ich muss auf den ersten Vorfall machen, so mit dem Wegschieben, das Ding drauf gelassen. So die Kräfte, sich wieder anfangen. Ich kann so fertig machen. Aber ich kann natürlich nicht sofort. Aber wenn du hier den Milchtal hättest, dann machen wir auch noch den Milchtal, dann könnte das auch einfach leuchten. Innen? Wie ist der Milchtal? Ja. Weißt du nicht, wo er ist? Nein, wie er wirkt. Ja, er würde wirken, wenn er ganz zusammengeklappert oder auch so. Und das ist doch auch gut. Und sind alle gleich, oder? Das wäre gut. Das ist klar. Kann ich dann ein Stück verklappen? Und weißt du, wir machen es immer die Rolle, das verklappert. Hast du auch eine Skizze überlegt oder hast du das ein bisschen ausgemacht? Sie ist ja noch 4 mit der heißt sie Leike Ikemura?
Leiko.
Leiko,
ja.
Leiko Ikemura. Sie muss auf Zürich. Ja. Da sind die anderen immer noch dort gewesen, da ist die Heidelberg. Ja, das werden sie vielleicht nicht genau. Das glaubst du nicht, stimmt das kalt? Kalt, gell? Ja. Aber es ist recht schnell. Das finde die Galeristen, wie das mal ist, wenn man alles, was man alles machen muss, als Künstler. Alle so. Es gibt Künstler, wie zum Beispiel Heidi Bucher, wo plötzlich spontan findet, man könnte es auch anders machen. Und das finde ich also etwas ganz völlig daneben. Nicht? Und das hat er also immer neben mir sitzend den Ikemura gesehen. Ja. Und dann nachher hat er eben so, die Künstlerin jetzt zum Beispiel, die könnte jetzt plötzlich auch, du hast nicht schnappen, sie könnte jetzt plötzlich auch sagen, sie will es anders haben, die anderen, gell? Und jetzt wäre es natürlich ein ganz grosses Derangement. Also die Annette, an eure Bilder anstellen, das sind Pastellbilder. Und nachher würde es eben passieren, dass dann nachher das ganz schnell. Dass die riesigen Bilder, die am Boden gelegen sind, aneinander. So das Rossenführungs und so. Das sind so Rossenführungen durch Füße. Und so. Und dann habe ich so Abgang gerührt. Du bist ja böse mit mir für alle Zeiten. Nein, wieso hast du das? Ich sage dir keinen Respekt vor dem Kunstwerk. Und da hat er gesagt, Ganz böse. Ja, ganz böse. Wo wir jetzt so abkommen, ich habe nicht gesehen, wo sind jetzt die Frauen von der Reisebuch, wo wir so müssen ziehen. Hätte man nicht ziehen. Hast du gerne im Rücken? Ja, ja, das ist gut. Ich mache es ganz schön. Direkt? Ich finde das ganz schön. Das ist mir lieb. Hast du keine Fische zum Fischen? Also das ist noch eine für mich. Ich meine, ich bin vor der Futter. Ich will nicht sterben, schön. Kann ich die Witze machen? Maria. Aha, ja. Wir müssen durch. Könnt ihr mir ein bisschen Durchzug machen? Ich sage dir. Aber es ist gut. Könnt ihr mir ein bisschen Durchzug machen? Was kann ich da für irgendwo? Da hat es gerade noch oder unten am Arm wechseln. Aber unter dem Arm ist es besonders tätig. Einfach nachher das Leben da. Ich komme gerne, aber es macht Spaß. Jetzt kommt der Schlussakt. Also ich spüre jetzt wenig, jetzt muss ich ich kann schon noch stehen, nur zum Schlüpfen für den Menschen. Jetzt noch nicht.
komme dann dazu. Das heisst, ich will es
Wie kannst du noch mir vorhin anerkennen, das nicht befragt? Das geht so weit, das nimmt Format. Forever. Hast du so einen dünneren Rand und den auch? Ja, ist der gleich, nein, ist der gleich. Dann gibt es ein anderes Modell. Das ist schon möglich.
Ich kann das immer noch zusammen.
Das kann man zusammen.
Ich komme völlig zusammen noch in fremde
Aber schon. Nein, kann man nicht. Bevor es keine Mutter ist, wird es nicht.
Kannst du hinten anfangen?
Ja.
Oder warte? Lieber nicht. Lieber nicht, Entschuldigung. Ja, es geht nicht gut.
Jetzt zieht es aber auch ein bisschen auf. Das ist bitte Plastik. Ja. Zieht sie mal ab, dann kannst du vielleicht oder?
Jetzt?
Ja, ich habe gerade wahrscheinlich noch mit der anderen. Das ist schwierig zu machen. Und fest. Das ist mir gerade gewollt. Ich muss gerade feststellen. Achtung, da unten. Okay, das noch. Dann hat er es. Ah, das kann man nicht. Wo wir auch haben.
Ja, ja.
Da müssen wir gerade in das Gewalt können. Das kann man nicht. Ganz schnell das Hotel dazu.
Ja, aber ich dann doch ein bisschen das Wasser, weißt du, wenn die Ski fertig ist.
Das Wasser ist nicht mehr gut, ich kann dir sagen, das Wasser ist ganz voll.
Du kannst schon noch gerade einen Moment warten, bis du nicht gehst. Nur mit jenen an. Das ist ein bisschen unproportioniert.
Das ist für mich. Das ist schon das geht ja gut. Das ist sehr gut. Wenn das nochmal krabbelt.
Gipsen dann.
Wir müssen noch gipsen denken, gell?
Weißt du, wie wir so umkommen?
Nein, es sieht toll aus.
Das kann ja. Es wird
schon dort anrechnen. Ja, das ist, ich habe vorher so unglaublich so Flecken. Ja, das ist schön. So am Rosten. Ich finde es gut, wie jeder ganz anders schrumpelt oder wieder. Ganz viel hat Persönlichkeit. Ja, ja, die Gründe. Hast du das informiert? Das ist ganz Schrutti. Dort, wo es ist, vom Schrutti raus. Das geht gerade wieder weg. Siehst du, aber das habe ich immer gekannt, das vergeht wieder. Ist das jetzt zu früh? Also mit. Du weißt, was ich will sagen mit der Sola und das Bild unter dem Sand. Da müssen wir noch etwas rein tun. Stopp. Was du musst, dann kann auch nicht. Und ich habe wieder und danach haben wir über das diskutiert und plötzlich hat Marina gesagt... Hast du das auch gesagt? Ohne mich? Ja, ohne mich. Und dann hat Marina gesagt, ich mache das nicht. Ja, ja. Wenn du kein Plastik nimmst, mach ich das. Das könnte man fast nicht mehr abnehmen. Aber so eine feine...
The following day, after the skinning action in the former prison, the women carried the latex skins they had previously removed from the walls of the prison cells through the streets of Le Landron to the town center and town hall in a procession. There, only observed by the camera, they symbolically performed their hatchings again by taking off the bodysuits and leaving the room naked. Therefore, the film sequence we are about to watch is called Revealing. Bucher commented on this as follows. The hatching of the parquet dragonfly in Le Landron prison is guaranteed by the process of shedding hard, solid, horrible, cruel things. The women moved out of the larval shells and discarded them.
In the later 1980s, Heidi Bucher dedicated her artistic practice of latex skinnings to places with a significant socio-political history. So in 1988, she visited the abandoned Sanatorium Bellevue in Kreuzlingen, Switzerland, and by the turn of the century, the psychiatric clinic was led by Ludwig Binswanger, who carried out the famous studies on hysteria together with Sigmund Freud. We all know hysteria back then was understood as an illness only women could get. The patient zero, Anna O., with real name Bertha Pappenheim, got examined there. So the sanatorium was a place where the female body was a subject to pathologize and scientifically examined by male, with several skinning actions in the sanatorium, such as the small glass portal we are going to see. In the following film sequence, Bucher exposes gender-specific structures of power and patriarchal oppression within science and society in common.
The following film, Rooms Are Shells Are Skins from 1981, expands the understanding of Heidi Bucher's interdisciplinary work to include the aspect of process, especially within her architectural latex skinnings. This 30-minute documentary for Swiss television shows her during the skinning in the ancestral home in Winterthur, as well as during the embalming of textiles and furniture. At the same time, the artist reflects on past skinning actions like the one in the Gentleman's Study from 1978 and 1982. The scenes within the documentary are unique recordings and give an insight into her whole practice. The filmic recordings of her skinning processes, which she repeatedly initiated herself, illustrate the interplay of body, space, and performativity that decisively shaped her concept of work.
Alle Fensterläden sind immer geschlossen. Es heißt Obermühle. Die Haut abnehmen von allem, fragte sie. Ja, von allem. Den Böden, den Wänden, den Fenstern, den Türen, den Öfen, den Kästen, den Ofentürchen, den Nischen, den Decken, nein. Als Kind hörte ich manchmal das Wort Obermühle. Ich begriff, dass der Großvater meiner Großmutter dort gewohnt hatte. Meine Großmutter, die Emma Ziegler, war eine strenge Frau, groß und stattlich und unnahbar. Ein Thema aber gefiel mir an ihr, das mit den Fischen. Sie sprach immer von Fischen, Fischteichen, Fischbächen, Seen mit Fischen und dem Meer oder dem Fischefischen. Sie kochte meistens Fisch und zu einem Familienfest jedes Jahr kochte sie Stockfisch. Das ganze Haus roch nach Fisch, lange getrocknetem, lange gewässertem, lange gekochtem Stockfisch. Für das Mahl wurde sie gerühmt und bewundert und dann löste sich ihre Frostigkeit den Kindern und Kindeskindern gegenüber ein wenig. In diesem Moment liebte ich sie.
underwater sounds made by humpback whales as they pass near Bermuda in the spring. They were recorded through a hydrophone, which is a kind of underwater microphone. The water is very deep, and the sounds are echoing off the undersurfaces of waves and from the submarine canyons and ridges on the island slope. If you listened for a long time, you would hear that the sounds are organized into definite repeating patterns. So we call them songs, just as we refer to bird songs or frog songs. Unlike bird songs, humpback songs are very long, 6 to 30 minutes, and they're strung together without pauses or music. They are probably the longest, loudest, and slowest songs in nature.
Dat is niet. Kind is van. Das da. Das. De Burg. Herrenzimmer. Das da. Das da. Seit ich quapple, ist die Obermühle die 3. Station. Die 2. Station war das Herrenzimmer, ein Raum aus meinem Elternhaus. Das Herrenzimmer steht für meine Kindheit. 1974 bis 1977 arbeitete ich am Borg, im innersten verliesartigen Gefrierraum, im Keller einer ehemaligen Metzgerei. Die Heute sind Hüllen, die Hüllen sind Kokon. Ich war das, was mich umgeben hat. Das Abreißen der Heute ist Ablösung von der Vergangenheit, von geprägter Materie, von Konventionen und anderen Zwängen. Ich werde Umgebung von dem, was mich umgeben hat. Der gehäutete Raum ist transparent, die Häute sind weich, dünn und leicht.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this afternoon of conversation, discussion, reflections around the work of Heidi Bucher. And my name is Andrea Lissoni. I'm the artistic director at Haus der Kunst, and I'm honored and pleased to welcome two estimate colleagues on a conversation that will be based on the dialogue between filmic and performative practices. How filmic and performative practices within the work of Heidi Bucher have been contribute to a sort of dissolution of the boundaries between media and sculpture. It looks extremely complicated, but we are sure that Anna Janeski and Cecilia Fajardo-Gil will be with us, will be running through a unforgivable, forgettable journey. And it's now my task to introduce Anna Janeski, who is a curator, writer, and she works currently at the Department of Media and Performance Art at the Museum of Modern Art in New York. She has organized a high amount of exhibition there, particularly recently a show on the Judson Dance Theater, The Work Is Never Done, with Thomas Lax and Martha Joseph in 2018-19, among many other exhibitions and projects. From 2007 to 2011, she held the position of curator at the Museum of Modern Art in Warsaw, where she curated many shows, among which a large-scale exhibition that accompanied the publication, that was accompanied by the publication. As soon as I open my eyes, I see a film on the topic of Yugoslav experimental film and art between the 60s and the 70s. Anna regularly contributes to and co-edits publication on performance, on the body, on the history of art in Yugoslavia. And of course, she lives and works in New York. Cecilia Fajardo-Hill is an independent British Venezuelan art historian and curator in modern and contemporary art, focusing particularly on Latin American and Latinx art. She's based in Southern California. She holds a PhD in art history from the University of Essex and a MA in 20th century art history from the Courtauld History of Art in London. She has extensively published and curated, in particularly on Latin American art. She recently curated the show Radical Women, Latin American Art 1960s-1985 at the Hammer Museum in Los Angeles. And in 2017, that was. She is presently co-curator of Xicanok's Body, a touring exhibition organized by the American Federation of Arts. She is visiting scholar at the Chicano Studies Research Center, UCLA, Los Angeles, and far more. But now it's my pleasure to hand over to Anna Janevsky for a lecture, for a journey titled Contemporary Afterlife of Heidi Bucher Skinning Action. The stage is yours, Anna.
Räume sind Hüllen, sind heute. Eine Haut nach der anderen ablösen, ablegen. Das Verdrängte, Vernachlässigte, Verschwendete, Verpasste, Versunkene, Verflachte, Verödete, Verkehrte, Verwässerte, Vergessene, Verfolgte, Verwundete.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Andrea, so much for the introduction. It's really a great pleasure to be here in this context together with Cecilia. And the sequence that we just saw is an extract from the documentary Heidi Bucher, Bellevue Kreuzlingen. And we see the artist, the silhouette in the artist, in one of the rooms of the sanatorium. And the walls of the rooms are covered with gauze and fish glue before the liquid latex has been applied. The artist is reading basically the lines of a poem that she had written herself, named "Rooms are shells, are skins." And I will just read you very quickly what she says. Rooms are shells, are today, one skin at a time, detach, discard, they repress, neglected, wasted, missed, sunken, flattered, deserted, wrong, improved, forgotten, haunted, wounded. And I thought these lines were really a good start to think about the performative and filmic aspect of the work of Heidi Bucher, that they're like in a very succinct way are revealing about the thinking and poetics behind her skinning actions, and also taking both poetry and film as an entry to think about her work. I think it's also important for our task today. And a lot has been said in general about performance, and I want just to give a short framework, because the definition, the field, the notion of performance are complex and sometimes very intricate and blurred. The field covered by performance has been expanded by discussions on the meaning of performativity and its implications for language and power within broader areas of artistic and social practices. And so when we consider performance, I think it's very important to overcome the dichotomy, the duality between ephemerality and permanence. And exactly what is happening between those poles are very interesting and crucial material to actually understand performance. performance practices. So as we think of performance is often thought as something that is ephemeral, as something that disappears, but we have to think the very different ways that performance comes back in altered forms. And I like to use the term coined by two academics, Sandra Lepecki and Adrian Hitfield, which is like the contemporary afterlife. That's how I also entitled these presentations, because we can think about two kinds of, like different kinds, but let's say two categories of afterlives. On one hand, we have the physical one, the more concrete one, which are like photography and film. This is all kind of Heidi Bucher's, of course, notes, sketches, instructions, her amazing sculptures. But then there are also immaterial traces that are like memory, feeling, and rumors. And Bucher, what I think this show is highlighting, she recorded systematically her skinning actions both on film and on photos. But what I just said, it's really important to consider the whole body of work related to her skinning actions, that are also the instructions that she gave, that sketches, certain notes, the way how also to show the work afterwards. And a lot has been said and written about the relationship of body and space and architecture in her work, the way she was like acting upon and against architecture. And I think that she was very acutely aware of the fragility of the body and the mind in certain contexts, in certain architectural contexts. And then that's also the reason why the film that we have the opportunity to see, it was filmed in the Sanatorium Bellevue in Kreuzlingen on the Constance Lake. It's a place of the Binswanger dynasty of psychiatrists. So it's she's really interested in those kind of like institutions, spaces that are like a corrective, somehow like also repressive corrective of any behavior that is deviating from the norm, of behavior that is regulated away from the public sphere. And what is really impressive is seeing those films of her skinning actions and these guys in the sanatorium, like it's the skinning action of the small glass portal, when she's taking off those skins of latex skins. So there is like the imprint of the architecture, the imprint of the space on the material. And we can see the physical, we can feel the camera is really showing us the physical tension to peeling them off, to skin them off. And also her movements and her gestures are dictated in a way by the resistance of the material to the architecture. And then this moment of like intense physical activity, which is really well shown by the camera, is followed by the moment of her close relationship with this, with the latex, with the skin, with this new membrane, with this peeled off material, when she's wrapping herself, when she's disappearing in it, when she's basically creating some kind of a membrane of a garnet, and she's becoming a one, in the sense that art, there's no difference between art and life, but also it's a way of like empathizing also with the past, with the past of the people and the spaces she is relating to. So the gestures are almost choreographic. It's almost like doing this choreography in front of the camera, creating an image. And performance is one of the features of performance, definitely, is variations and repetitions. So these gestures of skinning are repetitive. So we can also see in the film from 1978, one of the first one, Skinning of Gentlemen's Studies, which is happening in her family house, in the room that was like mainly dedicated to her father and like to men activities. So it's like really like signaling the patriarchal oppression. Where she's again, we have the camera focused at the moment of the peeling, the tension, the specific geometry, and then this incredible iconic image of her like peeling from both sides and almost becoming like a butterfly or a dragonfly, which was really an important reference for her, an importance metaphor. So this idea, and again, like disappearing, involving herself, stepping out, this whole idea of the hatching, of the shedding, of like having one skin after another. And I know Cecilia will talk more about that. And so it's also really a way to point out to certain social structures and relationships. And I think why this film are really crucial for understanding her work and why they are so important and they haven't been shown so much in the past is also their particular status, their very specific status. So those films are not really just recordings of her actions, and neither they are really experimental films that are like experimenting with the media, but they have exactly this space in between. And I would dare to say that her films are considering performance as an instrument for organizing meaning, for organizing body and space, and for fostering social relations and actions. So she considers performance as a series of questions, of references about how art mediates social relations among people. So she makes visible through these actions and the recording through this film, the social body politics, the social and its beliefs in a way. And this we can see it also in the other two films that we screened that were filmed in the former castle prison in the Landeron, when she's directing the performance, when she invited 5 performers. So it's again a repressive institution, a former prison. So we go again in this idea of like how architecture, like the surveillance part and the repressive part of architecture, and where she invited 5 women to like come in men underwear, to apply latex, to skin off, to fill those skin off form with like skin off latex from the walls, to have a procession in the city, and then also to peel off, like to get rid of this latex in a gesture of hunching and walk away naked. So of course there is no and I think the film is really showing really well all those like action of like applying, of like the interaction among women, like it's going like from close-ups and then like larger and larger. And I think there is something really interesting because we can go like back from her poem, no, like skinning, like this taking off this one layer after another and revealing all this like wounded, oppressed, flattened, and all these beautiful adjectives that she used in her poetry. And also skinning in her sense is also a dance of memory, I would say. And so the whole detachment of the static object, and even it's important to think how even her static objects has a certain fragility that is like inherent in the material that she's using. But this detachment from the traditional fixed, from the traditional object status is also showing how nothing is really static in a way, nothing is fixed. So the memory is not fixed. The way you are thinking, remembering or inhabiting those spaces, there is no definite, then there is no one definitive or permanent way to do it. And that's why process is so important, and that's why making the process visible is so important. And so to conclude, all those afterlives that I mentioned very briefly, I think are really crucial elements to understand the complexity and the multimedia aspect of Heidi Bucher's work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. This is a wonderful and compressed journey. We will try to engage later in our dialogue. I guess the idea of the performance as an instrument will stay with our audiences, and we will try also to discuss about this. It's very thoughtful and unexpected. So thank you for raising it. Particularly looking forward also now to the affective geometry of Heidi Bucher in dialogue with artists from Latin America, the journey that Cecilia Fajardo-Gil will take to open up the work of Heidi Bucher towards a perhaps little less expected direction. The stage is yours, Cecilia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea and Anna, for this possibility of having this dialogue. Following Anna's conversation, I would like to talk about affective geometry, which is a term I'm borrowing from Andrea Lepecki. he uses in relation to Ligia Clark for thinking about the embodied work of Heidi Bucher in dialogue that can be drawn with artists such as Eloy Sika, Ligia Clark, or Ligia Pape, who are here on the screen. And the idea is that there are connections in the intersection between performance, installation, the personal, the collective, and all these artists, there is this notion of the fabric, the membrane, clothing utilized to generate situations of emancipation. For me, the notion of emancipation is very interesting in terms of Heidi's work and how it relates to this idea of the political body that comes from, that is very present in Latin America, with this common thread of notions of oppression from society, and in the case of Bucher, especially patriarchal oppression, and also in this kind of blurring the line between subject and object, self and other, and also blurring the line in the notion of the disciplinary definition of art as performance, film, photography, the archival. So my first work is Estructuras Vivas, to explain a little bit the idea of the affective geometry, where the participant create a complex web of thread that emerge from a deep collective participation. I don't know. Clark herself declared there is a geometry in a fantastic creations which are continuous intersubjective exchange. It is this affective intersubjective geometry that eludes the division between object and subject, and between form and no form. And I think this is has a very deep connection with Bucher, especially because when we think of the notion of geometry stemming from architecture in her work, I think there is a countering of structures of modernism. Also the organic grid, you can see, for example, in the elastic net that you have here, again, is a grid that is made soft and is made organic in relation to other bodies. And I think this collectivity that is present in Ligia Clark's work is present very much in the work of Heidi Bucher in a very different way. I mean, the work does invite us to not so much to participate actively, but to actually become part of this kind of process of destructuring the sort of rigidity of architecture and structures in society, patriarchal structure especially. I'm very interested in this process of skinning, for example, of Gentleman Study, this kind of turning into this performative act of peeling, first of covering all of the walls and then peeling off. And then this effect of covering the body and becoming kind of completely embedded into this situation that she calls a metamorphosis. And I find a very interesting relationship with this piece by Ligia Clark called Tunnel, which was two bodies meeting in the center of this soft fabric in order to kind of enact a sense of what it means to be reborn. And I think this notion of metamorphosis in Heidi Bucher's work is very, I think, akin, not as directly referring to the notion of rebirth, but there is a notion of reenactment, kind of reforming of the self in relation to the memory and the sort of rigid structures of society becoming soft. And or for example, Ligia Pape's Ovo, which is also a piece where Ligia Pape describes as being trapped inside, covered by a sort of membrane. When you're pushing it with your hand, the membrane starts to give and suddenly tears. And so you're born, you stick your head out of the hole and roll on out. And I feel that this notion of membrane is very much one of the things that Heidi Bucher does with her skinning, this sort of membrane that covers and then is actually disrupted, peeled off, and then she covers herself in it. Or for example, Divisor Pirata, again, you have this gigantic surface, which is then perforated by the head of all these people, and also dissolving this line between the observer and the participant, which is so important in the case of Heidi Bucher, is the line between herself and the other, herself and architectural space, herself as the present and the past of the memory. This idea of the skin, these pieces that are made really by enveloping bodies, and in particular this, the bodies from women in these gels. And I'm thinking of Vera Chavez Barcelos, that produces this work called Epidermic Scapes, where again, both her body and the body of other people are actually covered in ink and then pressed upon. So there is a similar process, but then they're sort of photographed to create this grid that becomes an epidermic scape. Again, is a grid, is a space that dissolves the rigidity of the notion, not only of the grid, but also space becomes this enormous landscape of what it means, the singularity of body parts, without creating hierarchies, social hierarchies or bodily hierarchies. Or one of the aspects that is really important of Heidi Bucher's work is her relationship with ideas of healing. The skin in themselves are a huge symbolic way of dealing with this. And in these pieces from these film stills and these photographs from 2 different performances in the prison of Landeron, talks about the way that Heidi is also dealing with these kind of gigantic social structures, not only with the home, but also the body within these kind of structures of oppressions like the prison. And she writes, the hatching of the parquet dragonfly in the Landeron prison is guaranteed by the process of shedding hard, solid, horrible, cruel things. The women moved out of the larval shells and discarded them. So, and it brings to mind Maribela Marmolejo, a Colombian artist who did performative work that is, the center of it is the notion of healing using gauze. In this case is about healing the earth that has been polluted, but also healing bodies that have been oppressed by the patriarchal system or by the violence of the civil war in Colombia. I think these notions of embodiment, the performative, and the skin and the fabric is, it really kind of transcends in a way, and it becomes something that is also affirmative, like, in the way that she wears, the body shells or the dragonfly costume. And I'm thinking of Ligia Clark, the I and the You clothing, both clothing, where she creates these suits where you can actually touch inside the other person's body and somehow erase this idea that another person's body, another person's gender is involved into this. And I think Ligia Clark, for her, the relinquishing of the gaze was a very important issue. And I think Bucher skinning proposed also the solution of a type of monumentality that I think it has to do with this kind of patriarchal gaze. And the sort of the roles that are associated with things and buildings and bodies. Or for example, in the case of Marta Rauge, that she created what she called performative objects that were wearable textile pieces that, again, they are a play between freedom and the relationship with the self and the other. And it's about also the body breaking free from rigid geometry, the geometry of modernism, the geometry of the structures of society, of patriarchalism. Again, there is an interesting relationship here with Heidi Bucher. And here I'm thinking of, the Parangolés by Elio Itisica, which again are these kind of wearable capes that becomes sort of an extension of color and the body in space. But one of the interesting things about it, which I think relates very closely to the Bucher, is the fact that there is a social component about this. The Parangolés are meant to be, danced with a samba by bodies that are normally marginalized by society. If you think of, the skinnings of the women in the prison, and and then here, now wrapping up, coming to the end, I'm thinking of the Eden, one of the really, really important installations that Elio Itisika created in 1969 in at the Whitechapel, where he really was, you know, moving away from the recognizable image as something that it was an instrument of oppression. If you think of the way this architectural structure sort of dissolved in Bucher's skinning, and to propose an open-ended and expansive, immersive experience. And I'm thinking of this piece, The Skin Room by Bucher. I mean, the way this is not the photograph of the installation that is presently in the museum, which is incredible, this elevation, this sort of flexibility, this ghostly nature of this object, again, proposes. And here you have the Floor-Skin Ancestral Home, which I find that is a very interesting, again, is a complete dissolution of a structure and a hierarchy that, you know, takes place when architectural structure with, you know, the studio, the patriarchal, the woman's role in the architecture. And I'm thinking here of the Whitechapel experience, again, this construction of a space that is flexible. And here you have, again, you know, breaking the hierarchy of architecture. And here I'm back into this notion of affective geometry, a geometry that is open-ended, where we enter this space and is possible for us to imagine how it would mean to reconstruct a structure that is more flexible, a membrane that allows us to exist and create. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cecilia. It's extremely stimulating, and thank you for now at the very end mentioning the question of affective geometry. It makes completely sense, and also readdresses your beautiful journey and reframes in a again in an accepted way. So you both to a completely different perspective to open up and also focus in the work of Heidi Bucher. I would like to begin by exactly by this last point and asking Cecilia, how did you come to this specific idea of affective geometry? You just raised at the very end, but I'm curious to know more and to hear a little bit more, and then perhaps we can move. Yes.
Yeah, no, I actually began the conversation talking about the affective geometry in relation to Ligia Clark, which is a term that Andrea Lepecki uses. And I'm interested in this because of the way that Ligia Clark, when she creates the performance with threads, actually moved, you know, in collectivity between the bodies. And I feel that Heidi does something very similar when she creates these skinnings of these rigid structures of the building, because, you know, when you have this geometry, you know, these bodies, what I'm moving in Ligia Clark's performances, are bodied within architectural structure, which will be very similar to the structures of, you know, that Heidi is actually using. And so there is a collapse not only of the architecture as this kind of patriarchal monument and making this flexible in relation to other bodies. In this case, is her body, her collaborators, the people that move the structures and so forth. So I feel that there is a geometry in Heidi's work, which is very powerful, because she's constantly, you know, creating these skins and dissolving the skins of very rigid and very powerful structures of power, and embedding the body in it. And I feel that there is an affective situation also because she's interested in notions of healing. So that's really, I mean, borrowing one thing from the next. And of course, I didn't speak a lot about the notion of film, but I think this is one of the amazing things, and I think Anna talked about this, is this sort of dissolution of the media. You know, is it performance? Is it installation? Is it collective? Is it individual? What is it? Is it ephemeral? Is it? And I think all of these artists have this sort of filmic, embodied, performative quality to them. And I think, yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. I hand over to Anna to react with one more layer, which is I was struck by the very specific geometrical way of thinking in Heidi Bucher procession, because there are moments in her films, particularly on the Lauderon film when it ends, there's another work called Off You Go, Little Fly, which it looks clearly like a procession, and the way the procession is constructed makes think about everything that Cecilia shared. So the question to Anna is, or the feedback is, what is the place of rituality? Do you see rituality being present in Heidi Bucher work, and to what extent, which is?
Well, definitely. Well, I think also what Cecilia just mentioned, the whole idea of healing, because there is the fact of like applying one layer on something existing, peeling it off. It's a way also of it's a healing action in a way. So the fact that there is this repetitive thing that she's doing, so it's like thinking very clearly about architecture, about spaces where she's doing, and again it's like a personal, but it's also like repressive institutions, and then repeating the same gestures. So the repetition that I was mentioning is not just like a repetition that we have in performance, but is also a repetition, like a ritualistic repetition in a way of like doing the same thing in different places or even in the same place and just like repeating it. And then the procession is definitely a part of it, and those are all like or elements that are like building her work. And I think again that's why the exhibition and also why like this symposium talking about her work from that perspective is important, because just observing the sculpture themselves will be really diminishing her work and diminishing her thinking. There's like so many layers of thinking, and it's also, I mean, it's definitely like the spirit of the time, but there is also something I think very unique to her work in that sense.
Thank you. And I was curious to know something more about also the point you raised as performance as an instrument, which seems to me, as I mentioned already, quite unexpected. So if you can expand.
Because it's just easy to say that she's doing an action, it's a live event, and she's recording it. But I was thinking like, and I think something more like it's an institutional thinking, or also thinking in my practice. It's like when you have a certain filmic material in particular in relation to an action, which is not, as we said, neither recording or just an experimental film. It's like how the performance itself, how the action itself is actually somehow dictating the film, or how it's influencing the way of thinking the film itself, of like filming, of editing, of showing, of displaying the film. You mentioned that for you it was very important not to showing on screens, not to showing it on monitors, but like to embed it. So it's like, because for me performance is very, even if she's like performing mainly herself, but there is something of like really about social, it is about relationships in the end. It's like making relationships visible. And so the fact of using performance as a strategy and when is as a tool, for me it's an important way of thinking about this material, because it's really, it's almost like in the way you are doing the performance is the way you're like filming. So the strategies of like peeling and like the tension, it's all the things that you can see in the film in a way.
Thank you. Cecilia, I saw you immediately raising your eyebrows when Anna mentioned the question of performance being about a relationship, and I'm sure you have something to add about this, no?
Yeah, because I feel that in Heidi's work, everything is sort of relational. So I'm always interested in this idea of the political body and in collective, and I feel that her work of course, in some cases she does produce collective work, but everything that she does, there is constantly this relationship with memory, relationship with, you know, structures of society, patriarchalism, her own past, the past of the city, you know, the bodies of women, structures of oppression in society. So there is this relationality and collectivity constantly happening in her work. That's why I think also her work is so difficult to pin down in terms of one medium. I think it's interesting when Anna mentioned this issue of using performance in a way. Is true, because, you know, she has this sort of, it's almost like an organic strategy in the way, each one of the way that she uses medium, the body, herself, the camera, the video, the temporality, is all this sort of adds up in this kind of very complex, I will say, skin, you know, is a skin, the skin of memory, the skin of, but it's flexible, it's organic, it's unruly, but it's absolutely non-violent. You know, it takes an enormous amount of effort. In her interview with her son, when she talks about she not making art, but she needs to do it. You know what it is to cover every single crevice of a horrid jail, then to peel it off with all your force, and then, you know, cover the bodies of women that are in prison. I think there is an enormous, you know, again, these affective geometries, like, you know, what does it take, this impulse to create something like this, but then to dissolve it into this situation which is undefinable object. You know, even when this room is hanging in the air, is hanging in the air, it doesn't have a role anymore, it's phantasmagoric. So I feel this, that's why I'm talking about this idea of relationship. I feel everything in her work has this kind of organic avenues in every direction.
Thank you for
and in poetry as well, which I think it's interesting. So it's also mediated through language, which I think is also an interesting part of her work.
Absolutely. Actually, Anna, you mentioned the fact that poetry and film are entry points into her work. I'm curious to know more about poetry. If you want to share with us why.
Yeah, no, because, you know, I mean, to mention an artist that, of course, we are both in particularly are familiar. Joan Jonas always says that her teaching is like poetry, you know. So in a way, like how then the structure of poetry is influencing also your thinking and the performance, because you said there is something organic. There is not like a rational instructions in the way that we can have with some other artists, but there is certain organicity, associations, connection, and there is something about which, you know, I haven't, I mean, most of also her poetry is in German, but I was really struck when I saw, oh, there is something like the way she describes this room, like this idea of the rooms are shells, are today one skin and at the time. I thought it was so beautiful because she's saying so much. It's also like we started with the body shells and we end with the skinning actions, no, in a way. And in that just these two sentences, she says a lot about her work, because if, you know, shells are something more natural, more organic, skinning is something more social, like more like a body social, that society and its belief, like the rooms, and I thought it was so wonderful that, like, through poetry, she's really like giving us this arc of her practice in a way. So this idea, there is also a certain freedom, I think, in poetry that she's like using also in her work. So that's why I was like very struck when I saw this extract that I know we was not supposed to be screened, but it was important to show it when you can see also the raw material. There's no latex yet. We are in a preparation of something. You see her silhouette, and she's basically telling us what is happening, what happened, and like in those rooms, in those places. So yeah, so I think the poetry would be a good essay, the good future essay for a catalog or something in her work, definitely.
Well, thank you for saying this. This was one of the intention of Jana Baumann was actually this. The catalog is wrapped into poetry in the first and the last pages as a sort of, porous wall of words. And the function of the symposium is also trying to suggest direction to be expanded on in
yeah, the work is
fellow
never
scholars.
done, as we titled our Judson show, which was about actually ephemera and performance and experimentation. So there is something, I think, about that.
Exactly. I was curious to know from Cecilia, you almost ended, but then you continue on Elio Itisika, and there is something about the construction of space, and of course the geometry you were mentioning, that is extremely interesting in Heidi Bucher's work, although she gives quite a lot of freedom, as Anna was mentioning. Did you think about this sort of potential new architecture, different architecture, this relationship between the body of the viewer and the thoughts of the artist? And do you have any specific thought about this?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I thought a lot of it then. The installation that Itisika did, it was the most ambitious installation that he ever did. I don't think it was ever the same when it has been reenacted afterwards, because I think in the 60s when it happened at the Whitechapel with Guy Brett, in this kind of friendship dissolving also the institution. But again, the type of experience that he proposes is an experience that is completely open-ended. Is an experience where you can actually create in your mind and in your body. And I feel that this room that you, for the first time, you've actually created by the instruction, because she was never able to do it during her life, is very much an embodiment of a very similar situation where you have almost like a syntaxis of what it would be architectural structure without any of the trapping of the societal sort of hierarchies and the sort of the imprisoned and determined situation that architecture creates in its functionality, and the way it functions in the room, in the museum. It dissolves the space, the wall, and it leaves this completely open-ended possibility of imagining what space will be, because the materiality of the walls that she creates is the skin. These are opaque, they have this relationality with the body. It reminds you that at the end of the day, there is a body inside this that can create by being a body. And I think that it's quite close somehow to these experiences that Itisika proposed, and also to the experiences that Lygia Clark proposed, where the eyes have they don't occupy the only sensorial position that they have with the body. There is a relationship with materiality, with flexible things, and I think in that sense, the type of open geometry she creates, I think, is one of the most, I guess, transgressive ways of thinking of the greater structures of society, our mental. And I think that's why Anna bringing up poetry is also very interesting, because the structures of the mind, our rational mind, she also defies rationality with poetry and opens language, opens the space, opens the skin of the body, opens. And I think it's healing, and it's, I think, infinite in a way, because it really is indeterminate, but by the presence of this flexible body.
There is an inherent, so to say, characteristic of the work in all the artists that you've shown, and also the artists that Anna has mentioned, John Jonas first, that has to do with the idea of openness, but also specificness in determining a sort of environment, let's call it as such, that in the case of John Jonas, perhaps more a stage set. In the case of other artists like Lygia Clark, I think about O Corpo a Casa, no? It's an actual environment in which you are supposed to penetrate in relation with the environment and the other viewers. I was now wondering if Anna, you had a question for Cecilia. What would be that question?
Well, I was not expecting that, but Cecilia, I really enjoyed your connection. You know, something that I've been thinking, because all the works that you've been showing, they also happen in a very politically charged places, no? And we can say that Switzerland is differently politically charged. I wouldn't say it's not politically charged, but in a very different way. Maybe less visible or less in your face. Do you think that this like context, or how this difference of like this context influenced Heidi's work, Heidi Bucher's work?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think first of all, I mean, Heidi Bucher was in Los Angeles during a time that was it was a very complex time where the social movements and feminism was very active. I think, and the role she played within that context. But also for me, you know, for example, Oiticica created it then in London. London was a place that it wasn't in the midst of a dictatorship. A lot of the work that Ligia Clark produced, some of the greatest work that she produced was in Paris when she freed from the object and created this kind of more conceptual and relational situations. But I feel what is sort of a overarching line between all of these artists, that these artists are defined structures of power that limit your imagination, that actually kind of oppresses your body, and patriarchal structures. And I think was the case for every single artist I've shown here in this. And I know there is a reluctance to call Bucher's feminist, and I know with Latin America it's very difficult to use the term because there were so many political implications to say it. But at the same time, in terms of really kind of going beyond, I mean, creating this organicity, which is not not dictating a specific experience, for me, is a line that runs through all this. Whereas it emerged in the middle of a dictatorship or a civil war, like in the case of Maria Vera Marmolejo, you know, with the gauze and everything, or, you know, in Switzerland. I mean, Switzerland, if I think of myself as a Latin American person, and I find it still today a very oppressive structure. It's so orderly. And all her work is about unruliness. It's about, you know, just freeing the space, freeing the structures, which at the end of the day were hierarchical. So there is a specificity in each one of these works, but at the same time, I mean, that's why my metaphor was a metaphor of the skin, of this kind of membrane that joins all of this sort of flexible situation that it is created, though I would never imply, you know, to draw kind of very, very strict, because, you know, I don't know who knew each other or not, but I feel there is something very freeing in a work like a Bucher, and thinking of other artists that were working in a sort of a zeitgeist somehow, but they're very radical, all of them. And I think, you know, the political body will be sort of the vertebra of all of them. You know, the body behind all of this action is political, is disrupting, you know, these structures.
Thank you for opening up this option also to read and look at art history in a different way, not necessarily on the basis of similarities or comparison, which is always a complicated instrument, but like through the metaphor of a spine, of a body and vertebrate potential over skin skeleton wrapping artists and humanities throughout different form of preoccupation. I should perhaps ask you also, Cecilia, if you have a question for Anna, because I guess it's interesting also to in real time to listen to your reaction to your journeys.
Yeah, I mean, I was very interested in the way you take this notion of the contemporary afterlife, you know, that you know, and then you open this sort of archive into all these different expressions. But if we were to think in a very kind of specific way of the notion of the filmic and the performative, you know, focusing just on this gesture, for example, in her own body peeling the skins, on her peeling the skins of the women in the jail. I mean, what type of relationality, you know, of the body you see into these two moments of this sort of this kind of repetitive gesture of metamorphosis, as it were, of shedding.
Yeah, I use the metaphor of the afterlives just also to somehow help framing the films as something that is not just recording. So the different ways that the performance can come alter, in like how can it alter and come in different forms that are not necessarily just recordings. And I thought there was something about in terms of like this immaterial thinking of affection, of memory, of like rumor, or like that is also important. And in terms of the films, as I said, I think that they are very unique in that sense, because you know, I there's also some more research to do. How was she directing? I know that she filmed with like some women, also cameraman, particularly the prison, the performances in the prison. So I think there was the films are very important in that sense. And I know when we had like our preparatory talk for this discussion, we mentioned also Ana Mendieta's film that also were like somehow evaluated only recently, and also Heidi Bucher's film were evaluated only recently, because I think there is this idea of like they're like not, you know, they're like not great experimental films or whatever, and they can also superficially be considered, hey, she's just recording what she did. But I think they have a really interesting and special status in that. And even, you know, Ana Mendieta's work is very different, but there is this notion of memory, there is notion of history, the body and the land, they're the ancestors also. So I think that's interesting, and Andrea brought this up, but that those films somehow resurfaced now, when we are also more open to consider the different medias, and, you know, not to have this like masterpiece idea or like a, you know, but like also to consider this film maybe in the same importance as the skinning sculpture, because she was really consciously doing those films. So there was like, you know, she really was doing them consciously, but not just recording. So there is a certain angle, there is a certain editing. So I think that the film are really an important material in this sense, that are also helping to open up all this that we are talking about in a way, because there is also a relationship to the audience in a way, like reaching out and like staging almost. So that's, I think that the afterlives like helped me to give a larger framework, and then to go, and then, you know, the memory also of those who filmed, for example, of those who participated, that would be also like an interesting would be interesting information to like have or observe or listen.
You know, I wanted to actually mention that I feel that, you know, in this exhibition that you've actually placed the films directly on the wall, life size. They really show how important they are, because they really need to be felt as if you were in space. You know, if you put them in a monitor, it simply does not pay justice. So when you make something that big, and you realize, you know, the relationship with the architecture, with the spectator, with the body, with the action, it really is the scale. It becomes a very is a very important component of the work itself. So it has to be considered au pair to the, you know, to the skinnings themselves. So they really gain an incredible amount, and the fact that they're monumental, and because they are, you know.
Wonderful. Thank you for raising all this. It's like a blessing for us. We made a big effort in installing and presenting materials that were almost forgotten. And again, Jana Baumann and Luisa Seip made incredible work in also contributing to the restoration of the works. We just went for the decision of keeping the sources as they were. So what was film was blown up to the size of film, and what was shot in video was presented, although projected in a smaller size. I should thank you for your generosity, your time, and your commitment. We've been talking about bodies and work. You've been talking about bodies and work, and I guess the beauty of the path and research of Heidi Bucher is really we can speak about a body of work. It's a real body of work in which film has a status that as relevant as her own performances when filming herself, not to document, but to provide another layer alongside sculpture, painting, drawing, and everything. I hope you will be still able to find if you manage to see the exhibition before its closing in a couple of weeks. The question of sensuality, skin and body will be further developed in the following panel with Chus Martinez, Jenny Slenska, and Queen Latimer. I, once again, but never enough, will now thank again Cecilia Fajardo-Hill and Anna Janeski for the wonderful contribution to the transmission of the work of Heidi Bucher. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andrea.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to this afternoon session. I have the great pleasure of being sharing this panel discussion with two friends of mine, curators and writers, Jenny Slenska, which is the Executive Director of Performance Space in New York, a great curator, which I greatly admire in time-based practices mostly, but not only, and Queen Latimer, poet, writer, editor, and also teacher at the Institute here in Basel with us, and myself, Chus Martinez, curator and writer sometimes, working at the Art Institute in Basel. And I think I'm not wrong if I say that none of us are scholarly experts in the work of Heidi Bucher. And therefore, the structure of this panel, first, we are going to have a short introduction on the part of Jenny and Queen on their interpretation of the work of Heidi. And then we are going to discuss in order to produce some speculative scenarios on possibilities of interpretation of the work of Heidi Bucher. I stress the fact that we are not experts, scholarly experts, art historian experts on the work, but admirers and related to the work in many different ways. I must say that every time that an artist exhibit, not for the first time, but for the first time to certain context and gets some sort of discovered or rediscovered to the mainstream, I'm always also surprised because it emerged with all the projections and let's say also prejudices that many people would have about the work and that they constitute the reason why the work was not exhibited before. So I was always surprised by the fact of the stress of the personality of the artist in some of the reviews, even physical descriptions of the person that was producing these works, and also of immediately jumping in the headlines and into the text on the question of the skin. And I was wondering and asking myself, why the skin? And it's a funny anecdote, but the first time that I encountered the work of Heidi Bucher was in my 20s, and I was just passing in a study trip to Switzerland. And it never occurred to me that she was kind of representing the skin of anybody. I thought for the first time that the skin that she was actually presenting in front of us was a liquid screen and not a skin, some sort of a membrane that could belong to an animal that is yet not existing, that would kind of create a contact in between the humans and the non-humans, and that she was actually trying to transcend the architecture that was hard, the architecture that was defined by architects, that was defined by social structures, that was defined by families, and that she was kind of trying to create an architecture of something that may dissolve, may be programmed completely differently. So I thought about her the first time, and time after time thinking about her as some sort of a programmer or some sort of a metaverse designer or somebody that was definitely interested in the virtuality of the possibilities that actually art may produce. And then yet why everyone was interpreting the work as the work of a woman, maybe in existential pain, giving the skin that function of sensing pain. because the skin may sense many other things. It does not need to sense anxiety only or pain only. And then I came back to a line of Elaine Scarry, which is a scholar that I totally admire. And in a line of The Body in Pain, she writes, because if you are interested in imagination, you need definitely to be interested in pain. You need to be interested in touch, because it's only through touch and pain that you understand the difference in between the sentient and the non-sentient life. So she, being a sculptor, had no other choice but being interested in touch. But touch not only as the touch that is molding or creating a form, but also the touch as a sensorium, as some sort of an organum that would allow us to understand what's the difference in between everything that's alive and everything that may be alive differently. The intelligence and the sensing, and it's not about pain, and it's not about our skin. It could be that the skin that is reflected in all her works is the skin of some sort of a new cosmos, non-binary, elementary entity that is emerging. So that's why I think it's so important to have this conversation this afternoon. And I think that both Jenny and Quinn interested in performance, but in gesture and in the body, but also in voice and identity, but not seen as a constriction, elementary one, but something that is in metamorphic evolution, in a constant relationship with itself, but also with futuristic scenarios, and not only with past hierarchies and structures, may help us to locate the work in a place that maybe is not the place where Heidi Bücher did imagine, but is imaginable for future artists and for future generations to still keep relating to her without being reductionist. So that's kind of the aim of the afternoon. So first I would invite Jenny to introduce her perspective, then is Quinn, and then we talk.
Thank you, Chus. That was a great introduction. Thank you for having me, Haus der Kunst. I love that you introduce us as non-specialists, because that gives us more freedom, and also want to talk about the speculative dimension. You asked me to talk about what interests me in Heidi Bucher's praxis, and when I came, I had the great fortune to come to Munich in the fall for a walkthrough, and I got to see the show. And I think she's actually really relevant for the now, as you're saying. And I had never seen the videos of the skinnings and the actions. I had seen the sculptures before, but the videos showed a whole new dimension of her work that I hadn't been aware of. And I felt I could sense an ambition to push the boundaries of the idea of the human. And again, I'm not sure, and I don't think, as you say, it really matters if Heidi Bucher herself thought about it. But I would almost go as far to say that there's a post-human aspect in her work, and a push toward an alternative understanding of the idea of the body, where it begins, where it ends, and how it transforms. And she uses the skin. I mean, I saw the skin in there, and maybe because of, she calls it the skinnings. And usually the skin is the traditional boundary of the individuum, like a protective layer that is psychologically, but also, of course, physically, where we experience the border between the individual or the human and the outside world and the other people. And especially in the videos, and I brought some clips, felt like there's in her work like a curiosity to reimagine the skin as the fixed border, you know, like expanding it and rethinking it. And personally, I work, as you've mentioned, with a lot of artists who work at the intersection of visual art and performance art or time-based media. And seeing her videos and the really strong performative aspect in it made me think about, you know, I think performance is in a very advantaged position to experiment with alternative visions of the body or of the self or the human. And for one, of course, because performance is based on movement and therefore inherently involves change. But also secondly, and maybe as opposed to moving image, for the most part, performances are located in the body. And therefore, in a way, that's a hypothesis from my side, but therefore predestined to experiment with different images and ideas of the human and what the human could be. And a lot of artists I find interesting working now work around this question of the post-human. And maybe I should say when I talk about human, I'm of course talking about the Western Enlightenment concept of the human. So the rational, distinct, self-determined human that can be distinguished from others and from the world, from nature, from animals, from machines, and so on. But, you know, a lot of artists and scholars and writers and poets, of course, question if this image of the human even makes sense, especially considering the developments of, you know, us merging with our machines, right? Where does the human end? Where does the machine start? And then a lot of scientific insight of the last, you know, decades has shown that we're actually not as separated from the outside world as we like to believe. So quantum physics comes to mind. Not that I want to pretend I understand quantum physics, but I've read enough about it to know that the separation between the object and the subject, the way we often pretend it exists in quantum physics, it doesn't. Things are way more entangled. And I think there's something of that definitely in Heidi Bucher's work. Sorry, I have to drink. And why is that important? It's important because, you know, the climate crisis, but also COVID, the current health crisis have shown that the human exceptionalism, that we see each other separated from nature or in control of nature, has been nothing less but catastrophic. So I admire artists who look for new ideas of humans. And then last but not least, it's of course also a political question, because this idea, this classic idea of the human, maybe the iconic image is the Vesuvian Man by Da Vinci. And that image in a way is at the root of all the isms that we're currently suffering from as a species. So capitalism comes to mind, of course, racism, sexism, classism, ableism, and so on and so on. And so, you know, it's a white, very able-bodied man. We don't know which class. He looks quite noble. So how can we overcome this fixed idea of the human? So I'm, again, very fascinated by that aspect that I think is in the work, and by other artists. And I think that's why she's not only relevant, as you say, to the now, but also to the future, right? Like thinking about where we're going. And in a way, she, as a lot of artists currently working, they're testing and experimenting with alternative forms of living and of dying. And so that makes her extremely relevant for the now and for the future. And yeah, I think she helps us think differently about ourselves. I brought a couple of clips because I know because of COVID, a lot of people couldn't go to Munich and see them. So I thought maybe we start with Body Shells. Could we play that? Yeah, there it is. So that's a video from 1972. And you see these wearable sculptures. They're iridescent, the mother of pearl on the surface. And Bucher filmed that with her family, her sons and her husbands, in Venice Beach in LA in 1972. And when we did a walkthrough, the curator Jana Baumann and I talked about if that was a feminist position, because at the time Heidi Bucher was exposed by a lot of feminist art that was being made in California at the time. She was, you know, she went to the Woman House, and actually I feel they have very little to do with feminism and much more with post-humanism. You know, they're these genderless sea creatures. Are they really human? Not really. Are they animals? Are they shells? Are they alive or dead? So, you know, there's like one example of experimenting with new forms of living. And I kind of brought a question for you too, which, you know, we can maybe address later. But I was really curious about the mother of pearl, this iridescent color that keeps appearing throughout her work, later also in the skinnings, and even in the catalog that I received, and what you both made out of it, or if anything at all. Obviously, you know, it has this shimmer and there's something futuristic about it, right? Like if you watch a sci-fi film, everything tends to be shiny and silver. So I thought that was really interesting about the work. So yeah.
Thank you, Jenny. Yeah, I think it's great to end it with a question, and perhaps we go to Quinn, and then I think that it goes very well with the end of your presentation, and then we start trying to answer the question.
Yeah, thank you to you both and to the Hausdruckkunst for inviting me to take part in this today. And I think actually it's quite perfect because I wrote like a sort of short thinking text basically about the body shells and specifically about where this performance was shot, because I was born and raised in Venice Beach after this performance took place. And of course, I didn't discover it till many years later. And so it has this feeling of a kind of inheritance to me. And so it's something that I've like gone back to again and again over the years. But yeah, I will just read this short text and then we can sort of move forward from there. I think it's quite nice that we were able to see the clip of the performance, so you can sort of imagine it as I read. Second. Is it the way the body shells move or the way they fold? Is it the telegramic sound of the waves sweeping the shore like radio signals, or the fair feet sweeping and trudging hilariously through the sand? Is it their bodies suddenly visible wonderfully from their iridescent foam costumes, tipping like teacups, bowing like buoys, hovering like spaceships, like mollusks with their mother of pearl surface patina? Is it where one was born that accords you your history, your sensibility, your body, your costume, your family? Or is it where you travel to, making a new life, walking the foreign shore as some joyous alien collective, some itinerant cosmic event, your body a soft and laconic speculative armor? That is a costume, wonderfully ironic, absolutely sincere, with soft silvering shells that both stage and protect you. Heidi Bucher's body shells seem to offer levity and buoyancy of body, both earthly and celestial, as well as a kind of shelter. What about shelters then? What about narratives, origin stories, their tight or loose costuming, defining a body or occluding it? Narratives that are maternal, geographic, domestic, primeval, patriarchal, fictive, feminist, avant-garde, art historical, psychological. Here's one. I was born in Venice Beach in 1978, 2 blocks from its wide, wet shore. 6 years earlier, in 1972, the Swiss artist Heidi Bucher staged her body shells performance with her family on that same pale stretch of sand. My beach as I thought it, as a child, possessive and knowing. But I would not know Bucher's work, this body shells performance, a kind of neo-avant-garde work in its admixture of sculpture, dance, costume, architecture, or any other, until 30 years later when I moved to Switzerland, reversing the artist's own trajectory, both earthly and celestial, between Switzerland and Southern California. Thus, it was only in the 2010s that I slowly began encountering her body of work in the form of her latex skins, sometimes of clothes, but mostly architectonic, in the Swiss galleries and museums in which I made my way. She had discovered latex in California and then had brought it to bear, quite literally, on the walls and rooms and doors and nooks of her Zurich studio and old butchery, her imposing Winterthur family home, and the infamous Sanatorium Bellevue in Kreuzlingen, where both Nijinsky and Anna O famously convalesced, which Bucher then painted with latex and then skinned, a performance whose ecstatic perversity is sometimes overlooked for the dark and narcotically narrative sights of her molds, a butchery, a conservative family manse, a sanitarium. The stories that attend such architectures can be clear, can be pat, that is death, economy, domesticity, emotional and familial breakdown, or not. I'd look at Bucher's synthetic skinnings and wonder, were they palimpsests or scrolls or reliefs or poor copies? Were they architecture or images or sculptures? They were not costumes, each press release told me, or not only. Despite their textile armature, their hardened clothing, their artist's investment in fashion and clothing and textile, the spectral seriousness and marginality of her latex skin interiority, or the marginality which we were supposed to project upon it, approximating the interiors they were skinned from, making them ghostly apparitions, suggesting absence, sickness, ruin, memory, since they were made by a woman artist, once lost art history, then found, as one of the most favored and fashionable narratives goes when it comes to such a body. These were the very opposite of that performance on Venice Beach, which I watched play in galleries on small monitors or on my smaller laptop. I watched the body shells performance wherever I could. It felt like an inheritance I didn't know I had received, a necessary fact of my early life that had escaped me completely. On the wide stretch of pale 70s sand in Venice, I could almost feel its compacted giving body under my bare feet. Bucher's bodies were not staged as thin, transparent, fragile skins, but as round, soft, opaque, organic shapes, hilarious and buoyant, marching through some coastal present, unbowed by history and its claustrophobic structures and ideologies. Her body shells tipped and balanced like cups, like stovepipes, like spaceships, like bodies, like ocean buoys. What do buoys do as they tip and balance in the waves? They measure weather variables, wave height, wind speed, swell period, temperature, barometric pressure. They are equipped with an array of sensors that measure all the parameters of air and water. So it seemed to me that Bucher's body shells did too, taking the measure of a certain attitude, taking foreign and familiar space, taking joy, collective, not remnant, not frail, not transparent, not memorial. So where was this reading in and of Bucher's larger body of work? And where was her work in my childhood? Why had it taken so long to find it? As I grew up in the 80s and 90s in Venice Beach, there were art galleries on my narrow street that ended at the boardwalk and certain museums to the east. There still are. I was taken to them my whole childhood, but I never saw her work. I remember certain artists that I saw over and over in the Venice galleries or the museums downtown. The gallery on my childhood street showed Kent Price's ceramics, for instance, seemingly every month. His pebbly, glittery forms, as rounded, buoyant as Bucher's body shells, as gravitational and as cosmic, but lurid of colors that they plopped across the thin pedestals that eyes still small looked up at. There was also Chamberlain's twisted car parts, Kienholz's subway car, Rouché's gas stations, palm trees, Hockney's pools, and fractal deserts. I saw all of these again and again, but never her work. What is my point? If her work was shown at LACMA, the Los Angeles Museum of Art, in the early 70s, then there was nothing. She returned to Switzerland, she lived and she worked and she died, and then, as the narrative goes, her work was rescued, reified, returned to an audience. But it came with a certain story: absence, marginality, transparency, reliquary, memory, ruin, the sickness and demolition of domesticity, the sickness and demolition of women's lives and of women artists in particular. Some storied transparency, then its peeling away of life, and then invisibility until death, and then the storied rediscovery. It's a familiar and violent narrative, and I'd like to forget it, but we are fed it repeatedly. And yet what happened was not that, and not on Venice Beach in 1972. But perhaps it was never that. See Bucher's antic procession of skins through the streets of Winterthur in an 82 film, carnivalesque, or the flinging of a sculpture over her grandparents' home, setting it in flight. See the working images of her pulling off the dried latex skins from walls and doors, using her whole body, stretched out across the floor. This peeling is a dance, a performance. It is not a memorial. It is not memory only. It is not, that is, a funeral. It is life, and it is perverse. It is of the earth and its structures, and also of the cosmos. And it is also joy. So.
Oh, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I think we are like in the correct mindset to talk about exactly what you were saying. I think how to forget what we know, and probably is partly true. This question of the transparency and the demolition and the ruin and the memory and the pain and all that, but yet when you see that performance that you both referred to, you don't see that. And also going back to the question that Jenny just posed is, the model pearl is, there is, when I thought about it, I thought also about the fine Swiss irony and the fact that, in our history, there is the most known Venus is born from a shell. So that's the kind of primordial woman, the prototypical canonical binary female that gives birth to everything and desire, and also some sort of goddess and joy and contradiction, and also failure in itself, because it's not the one that's going to rule. And yet then you don't fix the attention towards the woman, but towards the model pearl, so the background, this kind of material that is a source of light, and it's actually not transparent, but it creates a iridescent fantasy. And I think that's exactly that, the question of fantasy and the cosmic fantasy of non-binary, non-human creatures being born out of that shell. Does not need to be any fantastic canonical female figure. It could be wherever, on that wherever could be activated very slowly, very rhythmically, in a very theatrical, in a very kind of childlike play, like in that performance. And then what happened then if we understand that everything is born like that, in a paradoxical, non-form situation that then finds its form through its contact and through its choreography. And that's what I thought, this is really interesting, that she went for the background, no? Like she went for the software of the shell and not the pearl, not the focus. But then the pearl is just like a Teletubby. And also, if you look at the shell in itself and the curves of the shell, they are always smiling, because the curves of those shells, they are like creating some sort of a Japanese cartoonesque type of a smile, that from that smile, these other creatures are born. So I can see many interesting pre-moments to the moment where those creatures are born, and then they just move very precariously on a beach in California, because they don't know where they are. They don't know where they are going to go, and also who is going to encounter them. And then, you know, they don't know anything. And that's so, it's a moment of joy. And it's also, if you really think about the artist at that moment, and then when comes to Switzerland and all the prejudices of going back home, being a woman, not exhibiting, but not exhibiting only because she couldn't have opportunities, because she chose not to, for many reasons. And then you start projecting, and then you encapsulate it in a much, much sad story. But was she so different from the person that did that very happy, I must say, very cartoonesque performance of 72? And I would say probably yes, but also partly no, because many times I think we could read also the Skinnings as some sort of a funny, also comic-esque torture of the existing world. So what if you torture every existing structure and building, and you just skin it, and then you reassemble it in a completely different manner? Then would it give birth to a different world? As you were also saying at the beginning, this post-human could emerge just like this, and then could have almost no relationship with things that were there before, but also some elements of what there's before, like, you know, with the bones of chickens that you just ate the night before, and a couple of other skins on some buildings and so on. You just constructed in a much more childlike mind of assembling banal elements with non-banal elements, and mixing feelings of anxiety and abandonment, but also feelings of the fun of the production of a completely different architecture of the social. So I think that there is it cannot be that that there is two artists, the artist before and after that trip home. But the trip home kind of mark an incredible interpretative possibility for so many, that I think is a little bit of a pity many times when I look at the work.
Yeah, I just wanted to say too that I think as soon as I saw the videos, but also the stills, the stills in process where she's pulling the skins off with the dried skins out of the rooms, out of the architecture, and the way she organizes her body in the photographs, and how performative it is, and how funny it is, and how perverse it is, it seems less like the narrative that we sort of give to the skins when they're displayed in a white cube by themselves. And it seemed like she was sort of tearing down these structures. She was tearing down these architectures. She was like skinning them for another sort of reality, you know? And like you were talking earlier before, Jenny, about this idea of the skin as not only a place of like permeability, but also as in quantum physics or whatever, as attached to the objects that we often think as a part of ourselves, that she was somehow connecting herself to these architectures through the skinning that she was made and through these action. Yeah, and I wonder what it would be like to completely sort of dismantle this kind of sad, destroyed, memorialized woman narrative that is somehow like leaked into these works, and see it in a completely, her work on a kind of different stage, you know, as opposed to like a reliquary, as something new and alive, and like another world that she's building with these skins and with these works. I don't know, it's I think maybe because of the material itself, and because of because of also certain other figures, people like Eva Hesse and so forth, Rachel Whiteread, it's really hard to take her work and take it out of a narrative that has been created for these other women artists. It's like always both together. And yet I think her work is somehow is singular and very far apart from these other figures somehow.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, as I said, those videos were such a revelation. Should we maybe look at the skinning of the gentleman study? So yeah, that's from 78, and that's her father's room. And what's so amazing, I mean, just the way there's like a real mise en scène in those videos where, you know, they're not performances, but she put like this, for example. I think that's really like becoming an animal, right? Becoming this larva or the caterpillar, doing the transformation and the physicality of it. And yeah, this whole trauma narrative, right? That we always like to put on women's work. And now here she's even disappearing in that skin. Yeah, I think I mean, those videos brought in a whole different dimension. I also like what Chu said about her being a programmer of a virtual world avant la lettre, before there was the technology to do that. That really actually changed my view when you said that when we talked earlier. And maybe we can...
And I must say before, because this video I never thought I would connect her work with what I'm going to say, but it really makes me think of another Swiss artist, H.R. Giger.
Oh, yes, there's an alien like.
Yeah.
The alien, and it's not by coincidence that in places full of incredible geological formations like Switzerland, with a very deep rural, full of storytelling, of fantasy creation and so on, you can invent a way of the skin, the house, or the room of your father, and then go with this, you know, new version of a post-Platonic cave into the future. And then, like
the end of the video, sorry, go ahead. Just putting. There's another clip.
Mm-hmm.
She starts wearing the skin here.
Yeah, and it's really full of humor. I think another reference that probably people would kill me because of that, but you know, when Superman meets its parents and they explain to him that they use kryptonite, but this is kind of a moment also when you kind of test the transfer of powers that your family and your parents pass on to you. And there is a moment of going into that room, cave, test, skinning, replica, okay, because you are a replica of your parents in a way. So is this replica replicating, or is this actually doing something completely different? So I think also that there is as you said, an incredible level of humor and activity and performing the misery of the fact that we know the powers that they will transfer, because we know the characters, because we know the features, because they know their bodies, because we know our background. So we know the misery that's coming, but still we receive it because we have no other option but receive who we are through our body, through our skin and so on. And then you can do what she can do. She can completely transform it into a new monster and inflate it again, and probably mount it in a non-white cube, because we are kind of installing it in these white cube structures. But imagine it installed in the mountains of Switzerland, in these hanging structures. I think these hanging skins, with what are they competing? Probably not with walls. They are competing with mountains, with trees, with cascades. So they are closer to a cascade than they are to a wall. I think we install it in museums because this is what we got. she took it from that, but I don't think that in her imagination and fantasy, if she could, she would take it back there. She probably would install it in a forest.
Interesting.
Do you know how in her life these videos and these film performances, they were used? I mean, I have no knowledge of like if they were just like documents or if they were somehow shown or.
I heard Jana told me, Jana, the curator, that they found an old box of VHS tapes. So as far as I know, they had never been shown before. But I do think it's very clear from this clip we just saw that this is way more than documentation. And also what's interesting is that she filmed every single of her skinnings and activations. So that was really the process and how she inscenates the whole scene, and she puts the skin there as like this empty skeleton, like the butterfly or the dragonfly, which is another reoccurring symbol in her work.
Yeah, but she was living in LA, and it is impossible that she's not aware of, they have a touch of mute cinema in them. So there is a cinematic mute character of Buster Keaton-like type of relation in an absurd relationship with an object that's gonna kill you eventually, suffocating you by just going and becoming a dress you cannot dominate and dominates you, and then you need to dominate it again by imposing some order, and then it's exactly the same thing as the thing that you have in front of you, which is the house, and the house is falling. So there is a little bit of the cake scene of the mute thing where the cake is the skin on top of you, and then it falls into you, and there is something ridiculous, humoresque into it. No, I think, and for a person that spent some time and it was so attentive to her surroundings and being in LA, for sure, you notice that her use of the camera is the kind of stand-up comedian type of my relationship with my thing in my skinning thing. So there is an incredible awareness of what is it to film herself doing that.
Yeah, and I think this kind of this imaginary, this like kind of Californian imaginary, or this idea of like going west, this kind of narrative, I think there's always like the stories that go along with it, but I think in a certain sense it's also a kind of intergalactic or celestial journey too, that you go to a place like this and you realize that you're like a kind of alien body, with your body there. This isn't just about like going west with all the signifiers that we have, but you find yourself not just foreign, but truly alien. And that within that is a kind of, and that the beach itself is literally like the stage for that, because that's as far west as you can go before you hit the ocean. I don't know, I think when I was also growing up, this idea, when I was growing up in Venice, there was actually a lot of Europeans, I remember, who lived there. The Venice Beach was the place in LA where people often like settled somehow. And I remember this kind of foreignness, or this feeling of alienation, and like what that would be. And I think it's really interesting that we all kind of landed on this like kind of speculative aesthetic, but also kind of story that seems to run through these performances. And maybe to come back again to this mother of pearl, that like you find the alien and maybe the like oldest kind of animal being, the oldest kind of non-human being, so that the mollusk is our earthly alien. That's the closest to alien that we get, and this becomes a kind of I don't know, like a form or a vessel in which to use, in which to make her performances. But yeah, quite interesting.
No, I think it's really important to try to use the work as an exercise in something else, because it's the only way to see potentiality and also trust in her trust in other forms of intelligence, because it's clear that one of her main concerns is a concern that we all have, which is transmission. So how can I be different when the material I come from is what it is? From family to parents to a tree. I think, can a tree dream of being something less than a tree when it's actually born from a tree? So this concern we all share. So the question of the transmission of material and identity and information and intelligence through, and then yet there is moments that there is some sort of transitioning of intelligence and materials, and there is a moment of cross-pollination of all of it. But when does it happen? Would I be so lucky as to experience it? And then can I provoke it? And I think that she is kind of in the last two types. I think I may be so lucky to provoke it because I don't really want to be what has been granted to me if I inhabit it long enough to actually understand it, so that I can produce a monster out of it. A monster not in negative terms, but a good monster. Much more like a Shintoist monster. I can merge with the skin of my father's room, and then I can marry the monster that I kind of assemble with that skin, a la Frankenstein, and then travel to a different cosmos into that type of, let's say, ship. So, and I see all the time this thing of, this is one thing, I can't really transform it, and the other thing, I could provoke it. I could actually actively provoke it by the skinning the whole reality, which is actually a virtual reality. I think we are now all talk about the metaverse, and then you see the images of our virtual reality programmers or computer gaming, and they are just second walls. They replicate. So it's not that far from her mind. I think she's trying to replicate and yet produce. And then she wants to produce something different out of it. And you can only do it with the existing material. So I think that there is an incredible and enormous interest in intelligence and how it works, so that it produces something completely different. And it's not only architecture and space and the boundary and how do you move there, but actually how, like, a whole complete new space, actual one, may emerge. And then it breaks the binary. It really breaks the binary in between us and the real, because there is a third component, which is that kind of virtual real. And then by adding, you start breaking, because it's not that easy to be dialectical anymore. Me and my family, me and my gender, me and the wall, me and my pain. So you just start adding, but what you add is just a replica of what you have in a super intelligent way, like homeopathy. And it's not by chance, because Switzerland has this incredible tradition of alternative remedies that they are based on adding exactly sameness. So in this country, no revolution happened by opposition, but by the addition of exactly the same. So, you add exactly what you are, and then it starts not being it. So I think it's really fascinating how the intuition of an artist, and one possibility is, okay, she did not have enough opportunities that please her to exhibit. And another one is that she's a little bit of she could afford to be a lifetime researcher and just do that research for herself, perhaps thinking that is no point in exhibiting this. It's like some sort of a research whose aim is not necessarily sculpture in her time. So because if you present that as a sculpture in her own living time, wow. So she was probably aware of it. So
I mean, I think it's interesting though what you just said, because I think if you think about the body shells and the early costuming work as kind of these avatars, that she's creating these avatars, and then the later skinnings, instead of kind of trying to make copies or to make memorials of these spaces, but to build new worlds, which is basically every computer game ever. You know, it's an architectural system where you're like building walls and you're building rooms and you're building stages and grounds. And this is what she was doing in some sense. She was like taking these and putting them in a new material in order to build a completely other world. And I think it's very interesting, as you just said, if she was this lifelong researcher as such, and as we know, often did not show her work, not just for lack of opportunity, but as like as an actual choice that she sort of withdrew, how she would want the work itself to be shown, not as these kind of like ghostly apparitions or these like memorials or reliquaries, but in some other kind of in another kind of staging and another kind of universe and another kind of folding. I mean, it seems like almost the films themselves show closer how the work should be shown. They should be activated. Her body should be moving through them and so forth. I think if you had come to her work through the movies, as opposed to through the actual pieces in a room, we would have a completely other story and narrative about who this artist was and another attitude and another history, basically.
Yeah, but imagine that we would have the possibility of having museums which are so technological that the walls in which you exhibit are liquid walls. So we don't have that, but then she would be like a guest analog, you know, invited. She would be like invited analog reality inside something ultra technological. So when I was writing about her work, I was thinking she's the perfect guest for, you know, an apparition in Minecraft. So it's this moment where both, like all the speculative exercises in producing architecture and space would coexist. So it's not only the ruin but it's also the liquid architecture, it's also the technology, the trespassing. I think everyone talks about transparency, but in fictional worlds, it's full of trespassing moments, like the membrane that you trespass it, and then you go into a next. I think in video gaming they call it levels, but in Shinto and some Buddhist religions, it's just trespassing. So you just go, and there's like how many times you have seen the cascades that you go through, and then you are inside a complete different reality. So there is a lot of this trespassing. They are not there just to symbolically refer, but they are there also to be used in a way, to be activated by the actual trespassing. But of course it was not possible, but that's why there is gaps. That's, I think, for me, the most important part of her way of presenting the work is that it's not touching itself so many times, not touching the floor. So so that there is a magical gap. So
there's this wonderful moment in the show where the one of the latex skins are hanging up high, like really high, and there's this feeling that you know, it's just like you said, it's like actually an entire second world, virtual world. So this is just one space, but it could encompass the whole galleries or the whole city even. Yeah. There's all this transformation, the becoming an alien, becoming an animal, expanding the skin, or the sense of the separation between the body and the space. But there's another video, and maybe we can look at it because I see the time is already running out, where there's actually, which also I didn't see in the work before, about the collectivity, like not the skin, not as the border of the individual, but actually encompassing the individual. So this is revealing. It's a action she did in 1983 in a prison, but I don't think it was an active prison in La Landeron. It was a festival for women art there, and they made these latex suits, and there's the skinning again. But it's actually the later part, if we can skip forward towards the end. So after this action, there's a procession on the street where all the participants wearing the latex skin, and that really reminded me, and that was also like a reference I hadn't done before, but to actually Brazilian art, to the neo-concrete or Tropicalia, like Ligia Papes, Divisio comes to mind, this big fabric where all the participants put their hats through and walking through the streets, or Heliotisicas, Pranguelas, they were like dancing through the favelas, the Zamba schools, I think. So this wearable sculpture and connecting to other bodies. So I thought that was really interesting too. And I agree, Quinn, what you said. If my introduction to her work had been the videos, I think the latex skins would be read very differently.
This is so
Here you see the skin hanging in the middle of the city.
Oh, wow. Amazing. It's interesting to think then the way you just described the skin that was hung very high at the Haus der Kunst as a kind of portal or something that you look into it and it becomes like this kind of infinite room somehow.
Yeah.
so interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I think that we did our part in spinning around and speculating about her work. So perhaps if somebody has the last remarks, we are kind of wrapping it up. Any last thoughts?
No, but actually, I mean, I just want to say one thing, which is basically that today felt like a kind of interesting thought experiment, that if you entered a sort of body of work from exactly the opposite of the sort of dominant market and art historical narrative that is given to it, how different it can be to move through, and what the work of the past can like sort of comment on the present somehow, or the future. And I think that even if it's like it's very obvious, it's like it kind of goes without saying, maybe it is important to say it, that this kind of thought experiment actually should be done more often, because I think this kind of, I don't know, calcification or deadening of bodies of work and the way that they're read, it happens much too often, especially to bodies of work and bodies like hers, for instance. And yeah, I think it's like a kind of fantastic way to like move through someone's work in this kind of collective conversation, in a sense. So.
And I completely agree. And it's funny how, I mean, I might be biased, but how performance often allows that to break that open, and how not having that in these installation and museums, it's changing a lot now, but the whole art history would be a different one if we actually approached sculptures and the objects through the process of their making and the performance, that often, very often, you can always trace something back to an aspect. And yeah.
Couldn't agree more. And I thank you both. I hope all my afternoons would be exactly that, this type of thought experiment in thinking and reflecting on works we love. And it has been really, really great. And I would hand then the word to Luisa Saib, which is the curatorial assistant of the Heidi Bücher exhibition and the activation of the body shelves. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, dear Shus. After those very inspiring and eye-opening panels and conversations, we now come to the last part of our Heidi Bucher online symposium. the premiere of Music for Body Shells by Swiss musician Nick Bertsch. Heidi Bucher's body shells from 1972 are variable body sculptures out of foam with a shimmering pearlescent surface. In the video, they dance, float, and turn in slow motion on Venice Beach in California. Heidi Bucher and her family wore the shells and brought them to life in a very playful way. This body of work is based on Bucher's education as a dressmaker in Winterthur, as well as her studies under Johannes Itten in Zurich in the 1940s. The Bauhaus theories he imparted as being a teacher there are revived in the body shells and their interdisciplinary fusion of architecture, dance, costume, and sculpture. This is also one of the reasons why we call Heidi Bucher a neo-avant-gardist. She seizes the ideas of the avant-garde of the early 20th century and transforms them in a very innovative and radical way. Moreover, it is striking that with their rather genderless appearance, the body shells already avoid the gender discourse of that time, the early 1970s. The original sculptures were exhibited in 1972 in the Los Angeles County Museum of Art, an exhibition that Mary Kahlenberg curated, and are unfortunately missing today. So for the retrospective of Heidi Bucher's work at Haus der Kunst, the body shells have been reconstructed for the very first time since then. In her archive, we found various materials, such as photographs, not only from the body shells themselves, but also from Heidi Bucher in her studio in California while making the body shells. We also found various sketches and also a lot of work constructions that helped the nearly faithful reproduction of the sculptures. In this research process, we also learned that Heidi Bucher named the body shells. We have Frilla, Mosa, Poma, and Glockenrock. The names derive actually from terms of dressmaking and once more emphasize Heidi Bucher's fascination for the interplay of art and fashion. Originally, we planned to activate the body shells here in the museum space with musical accompaniment in order to revive that Venice Beach moment from 1972. Unfortunately, the activation by the dancers couldn't be realized due to the current health situation and safety measurements in place. Nevertheless, we are incredibly grateful that Nick Bertsch will perform his newly composed piece, Music for Body Shells, at Haus der Kunst for the first time. He's a pianist, composer, and contemporary jazz funk musician from Zurich, who plays regularly with his band Ronin at the Zurich club Exil and also various other locations worldwide. We are very much looking forward to his composition on Heidi Bucher's extraordinary body shells and think this is a very beautiful way to end our online symposium. And once again, I want to say thank you to everyone who took part in this symposium and also everyone who was watching, listening, and participating from home.